are live on Twitch and live on YouTube. Good morning, traders. We're getting the live stream started. Slow start to the week. Been super busy with the 9 to 5 and everything. Something I need to work on as a small content creator, small channel, still growing. Got to be consistent. I wasn't able to come up with my weekly recap video over the weekend, but I'm just going to do some analysis for today and do the weekly option range for Tesla and IBIT. And also look at some other things as well as I toggle on and off some indicators. Today is Thursday, Pacific Standard Time, 7:46 a.m. New York, 10:46 Eastern. Taking a quick look at the stock heat map. Some notables here: NVIDIA up 2.73%, Microsoft 2.44%, Tesla up 4%, 4.06%. Current price is $414.89. Looking at crypto, Bitcoin's currently at 80,185.82. Fear and Greed Index is currently at 48, neutral. And I'll just bring this up. I know it's a meme at this point, but I still like looking at the Bitcoin rainbow chart. According to the Bitcoin rainbow chart, based on the 4-year halving cycles, we are currently in the Bitcoin is dead zone, which is the last color or the bottom color of the rainbow chart here in purple. So we're definitely in a, I know the blue zone is a fire sale, but Bitcoin is dead. You definitely want to accumulate Bitcoin if you're doing it for long term once in these lower ranges. So we're still in a very affordable Bitcoin zone for purchasing and accumulating for the future. The next halving, this is not going to be exact, I'm just going to hover over here, March 29, 2028. So we're looking for near the halving is a run up, or after the halving, a run up within that first year. So definitely we're in an accumulation zone to prepare for the next halving, which is long term, of course, by 2028. That's what we have for Bitcoin. Let's take a look at the charts. Let's start off with this SPY on the daily time frame. So we are making new highs, new all-time highs. We're currently at 735.14. I have my moving averages here. I'm going to turn on the pivots that I like to use, and I like toggling between different time frames. Since I'm on the daily time frame, I want to take a look at the bigger picture. I switch to quarterly and then switch the type to traditional, because I noticed that when I switch to Fibonacci, we already clearly passed all resistance levels using Fibonacci as the type for the pivot. I'm going to switch to traditional. It looks like the big players are using traditional pivot points for SPY. As you can see how price reacted under the SPY when we hit that pivot level at the beginning of the year, and it broke out with conviction from that pivot line, going above all these moving averages that I have here. And then when you could see when it crossed R1, it created a gap. And then now when we crossed R2, we see this gap that we have here. Next level up is $754. If I drill down to monthly, let's see what that looks like. So the next monthly pivot is at 743. If we want to do a quarterly perspective using fibs, to draw the high of previous quarter and the low of the previous quarter. So you can say that the target levels for this current quarter. Oh, let me get a box. Move forward here to the end of the quarter. Change it to Fib extension sell zone. That doesn't mean go short when we're in the Fibonacci extension sell zone, because SPY generally likes to trend higher, or it's a trending moving market, right? So it's not going to be super reactive to these Fib extension zones. That doesn't mean go short. Possibly start taking profits once we start seeing the days and weeks begin to weaken. Right now, stochastics are still pointing up, so this is a strong bull market ahead of us. So this first we're looking at $739, call it maybe $738, where we could start seeing some people taking profits for this quarter. So anyone who went long here and are aware of these Fibonacci extension zones, they may begin to start scaling out. And then if we're just gonna have to wait and see how price reacts to this R1 level at 743. If we start seeing a weakening of the candles, stochastic begin to roll over, and then we may see a pullback in the market. That is SPY for now. We'll take a look at Tesla, which is doing phenomenally. Based on Friday's close on May 1st, the closing price was $390.82. Based on options expiration, I have my note here. I took a screenshot of this on my phone on Sunday. I have it on my Discord. Let me just quickly roll it over. Just take a screenshot of it. Here we go. Okay, so I took a screenshot on Sunday of Tesla close of 390.82. This is using my Thinkorswim mobile app. And then the May 8th expiration was plus or minus $18.95 from the Friday close of 390.82, which gives us a range, a bottom range of 357.14. And I drew a box for that in this light gray box. And the top range is 395.46. So clearly, as we can see from this week's action, that it was already testing the top range of the expected move for the week. We broke out of it on Wednesday. We did go over it on Tuesday, but we closed lower. And then we on Wednesday, we see the price action close above the 100 EMAs. And we had not done this in quite some time. Last time we closed above the 100 was in January 2023. I guess you can call this here too. It wasn't a very strong close above it. And soon after we saw a pullback, which we explained last week. But this is a clear close of the 100 EMA on the daily time frame. And here we are gapping up and tapping this R1, having a slight pullback for the day. But we've clearly exceeded the weekly option expected move for the week. Drilling down to the 5-minute chart. Start off with 15 actually. And we're still on traditional pivots. Let me switch to Fibonacci because I like using the Fibonacci pivots on a smaller time frame. So these are the monthly pivots. As you can see that once we broke above the monthly R1 pivot of 403.57, it gapped up, which it's doing today. The next level is at 420. I explained last week in one live stream that the move that we're expecting, now that we're having this bullish trend and reversal in Tesla, where I indicated down here that this was a buy zone based on previous month's action and using the Fibonacci extension zone. We're getting a pattern of what, some traders call an ABC pattern. And that's what we're pretty much looking for. We might do it this week, possibly the next. But if buyers, big money players accumulated here, they're looking to take target as early as, the fourth, call it 425 because it's a psychological number. 425 to 427, you're going to start seeing people take profits. We did break last week's high of about 409.28 today. So today's a very strong day for Tesla. If we move over to the news button for latest updates in TradingView. So it looks like Tesla's, performing very well, up 36% year on year with the sales in China. Tesla stock rises after a massive 36% China sales spike, signals export strength. So this is good. We already knew that price was moving towards this area where it's currently at based on last week's action, that this was, bullish movement, potential, reversal to the upside, to break out from the downtrend of since December. As you can see down here, drew a diagonal trend line. We had a break of it last week, a pullback into a Fibonacci golden zone. And right here, we're seeing it break last week's high. So this is positive. We're looking to take target at 425 to 427 for starters. And if you're so inclined, at the 420 level, 420.69, which is one of Elon's favorite memes of a number. In any case, that's what it looks like on a monthly perspective. Let's drill down to a weekly pivot time frame. Clearly gapped up above the R2 for the week. The R3 is at 418. So we're going to leave the setting currently at the weekly pivot. When we drill down to a 5-minute, I'm just going to remove this trend line. Not trend line, but a projection. Bring up the stochastics. The 3-hour is curling up as of today. The 12-hour has crossed over to the upside, where we see this blue or cyan color cross over the purple, which is indicating a longer term bullish momentum to the upside. And we did see Tesla, hover over the 200 EMA. What we could see right over here, this red 200 EMA cloud that I have. Bounce back into it, bounced out, use it as support, along with this on a smaller time frame, 200 EMA on a 5-minute, be used as support as well. We did have a gap down on Wednesday, clearly went above that throughout that trading day. And what I'm going to do now is just show the range, opening range for the day. I don't recall if this indicator uses a 30-minute or hourly opening range. Does it indicate over here? I would have to figure that one out. Okay, maybe it's over here. Let's take a look. So here's the low of yesterday, high. Oh, it's definitely 1 hour. Okay, so now I know. So this is the hourly range. We're going back into the hourly range. So if you're doing a 5 or 15-minute opening range, We went back in on all levels. Oop. That might not be the best one to use. Going back into the 5-minute range. 15 is right here, which is the same as the hourly at 414.40. So we're back into the 5, the 15, and hourly range. Question is this a pullback to go higher? We did pull back several times, and if we could see by this candle that, you know, it's a strong sell right now. Oh yeah, we're probably going to go back down to the 50 EMA. Just looking at the stochastics currently, I see divergence, which I'll quickly draw here. If I drew a trend line, got upward moving price, and then up until this point we have downward moving momentum. So I believe we're going to go down either to the bottom of the range or the 50 EMA, whichever comes first. Either price kind of just stalls until the 50 EMA comes back into the low of the day. I drew some Fibonacci extensions for on the 5-minute of the range, first 5 minutes of the day. You can see that we did hit the 415.83. Oh, and it's to the tick. Check that out. So doing the high and low of the first 5 minutes of the trading day, usually we see price test those levels and then reverse. So it looks like the people who were trading the first 5 minutes of the day, they took profit at 413.80, kind of whipped back up. And then when it finally hit the 618 of the 5-minute chart at 415.83 to the tick, we see a sell-off because it finally hit at that 618 target. So anyone who's going long here in this mid zone took target at the 618. Yes. Excuse me for a moment. To check in back into my 9 to 5. Apologize for that. Where was I? Okay, we're back into the range. Yeah, so anyone who bought the 50% line of the first 5-minute bar, they had their buy orders at 409.67 and put their stops below this candle. So we see that price reacted very quickly once it would hit the 50 EMA, excuse me, not 50 EMA, 50% retracement of the first 5-minute candle, and they took target at the Fibonacci extensions of that 5-minute. So now everyone closed their positions at the 618, and mind you, this was to the tick 415.83. Can I extend left with this thing? No, it's only right. Yeah. So we're getting a flush. Price is quickly selling off now that everyone closed their longs and reversed. Coupled with a momentum that's bearish, that we were going to start seeing this, seeing price roll over. So my next guess, we may see the bottom of this range or hit the 50 EMA, and we should see a strong bounce from the 50 EMA. So when price either taps the bottom of the range or quickly wicks below it, we're going to start seeing some buyers come back into this market. I do see this 50 EMA here. If I turn my ADR levels back on, you can see over here, based on the average daily range, this indicator calculates the last 7 and 14 days of the average range for the last 7 and 14 days and creates a box. So price was wicking towards the top of the average of the ADR, kind of peaked over, almost like a false breakout, but we knew that there was a Fibonacci extension right there, that people who played this opening range was going to take target. I don't know why this always gets filled with color. Anything you want to add? Babe? You're muted.
No.
Okay.
Looks good.
Oh, I'm missing something. Let me drink more coffee and think about it.
You know, like one of your favorite setups.
Yes, I just like, you know, drilling down from monthly to weekly and then into daily. So we see that. So we see that. Mm-hmm.
The 5-minute play, just like pull back to the 618 or that zone, and then target the 618 extension. That's like your favorite play.
My bread and butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I were to draw a little box of this golden zone of the 5-minute, and I'll extend right. I'm just gonna make this gray. Okay, I'd extend this, extend right. There we go. So you can see the 5-minute golden zone has been used as support. And we're down at the 1-minute chart, by the way. We drill down to the 1-minute chart. Price pulled back into this fib zone, went back up to that fib extension sell zone. And we'll just extend this to the right. So after some quick analysis from a top-down level, and what I mean by top-down is starting from bigger time frames, drilling down to the smaller time frames, drawing our fibs, looking at the opening range, and then see how price bounces off of the moving averages. And I didn't even show it on here yet, but the daily pivots, right? Let's take a look at the daily pivots. Quickly remove the drawings. So we saw price just basically meandering in and out of the R3. So we're pretty much extended for the day, considering that we got good news on Tesla and we have a huge gap up. The question is, are we going to do a gap fill tomorrow to cover this back to 400? And that's what we're going to have to wait and see what happens with today's price action. If I turn my drawings back on, once again, the top of the weekly option range, go back to the higher time frame, is 395.46. So it's down here, 395.46, which is near the 100 daily EMA and this near this pivot line basically for the day. So definitely today's the day where anyone who's going long at the beginning of the week, even yesterday, right? We gapped down, went into the 200 EMA cloud, daily EMA cloud, and that was a good buy to get some retracements back into these levels right here. This is going to be a third touch of this golden zone of the 5-minute chart. I'll just quickly draw arrows. I can find it. How did my color change? So where was a different color? I'll just do that. And then is this a third buy and a reversal? We'll see. I think we're going to clearly go through this and hit the 200 EMA and test the low of the day. Only because we're now below the 50 EMA on the 1-minute chart. You can see that once traders bought this golden fib zone and touches of the 50 EMA, like I mentioned, they took profit. They took profit over here. And this was a telltale sign. We saw the momentum going down on the 5-minute chart when we saw it right there. We don't see it on the 1-minute chart because this stochastic is too reactive to that time frame's data. Go to the 5-minute, you can see the divergence, and that this was the beginning of a sell-off that was brewing. Once it hit 415.83 at the 618 fib extension level. So we're going to wait and see. We're seeing the EMAs cross. And definitely if you're a bull, people are going to start buying here. But we're now clearly below the 50 EMA. We're going to wait and see if we reach this bottom of the range and this 200 EMA on the 1 minute, which is at about the 406 level. All right, let's quickly turn on some volume profile, and let's switch that to the day. We remove the drawings, and turning on the volume profile of the day, and this orange line is our point of control. This is the area where we had the most volume, and it looks like it's making this, if you turn it sideways, it's making an M pattern. So we had a lot of volume happen over here, and it looks like very quickly that this volume is going to match this upper level. This point of control could switch sometime very soon. We're currently below value area low. So if you're a mean reversion trader, the idea behind that is to buy when we're outside of value, which is this black line right here, and mean revert back into point of control. About $4, so $415 with 100 shares. With my style of trading, I don't go all in with my position. I do like scaling in. So easily this could have been either $400 to $200 to 100, depending on how many times you like to DCA into a intraday position. So once we hit this 50 EMA in confluence of price going outside of value, going back into value, there's another $400. Conversely, price broke out. We already knew that this was a Fibonacci sell zone. So if you close your longs here, there's a high probability that price was going to revert back into value, back into the orange line, which is the point of control. And this point of control in this value area acts as a magnet. Obviously, this is useful for days where we have sideways movement, price consolidation. And I actually like trading these days because I see myself as a mean revert trader, regression to the mean, trader. I'm getting lost for words. Let me drink more coffee. So I like using volume profile. I haven't brought it up in other streams, only because I just don't want to overwhelm. I don't know who's going to be watching this, or what level of knowledge you have with any trading indicators and different types of analysis. I like combining pivots, Fibonacci, moving averages, stochastics, volume profile as well. And to further confuse you, I like to turn on VWAP as well, volume weighted average price. And this one is the multi-time frame VWAP. I could switch to quarters, months, week, daily. Let's look at the day. So let's turn off very quickly the volume profile. So hopefully you burn that image into your mind that these areas are outside of value. So down here and up here, fund controls right there. And turn off the volume profile. And let's quickly turn off the drawings. So even if we just had, I'll even turn off the moving averages. So even if we were just looking at a volume weighted average price VWAP indicator, and now these zones right over here, above and below, and my current setting is based on Fibonacci numbers. So we have a standard deviation of 1.618, this first line, 1.618, 2.618, and 3.618. So when price goes into these clouds, there is a high likelihood that these are showing extreme ranges, price ranges based on the VWAP. So this is once again the volume weighted average price, and this is where we have a moving average of where all the volume occurred. And in this case, this is like, call it a mid zone based on volume. We're now currently seeing price go lower to 408. It broke that 4010 level. We're hitting the 1.618 VWAP standard deviation. So if you're a mean revert trader, people, you'd be buying this right now. And what you're looking for is a retracement back to the VWAP. So we're looking at, $2.77 back to 411. You see price react to these levels, not only because it's just a VWAP, but as you can see, we're going down to previous levels of support. So I turn the range back on, opening range. When we look at this green candle, anyone who is trading the opening range breakout of the hour range, they got stopped out. Because we did break above it, we had a close. Mind you, it was only a 1 minute close, so it wasn't that strong of a breakout. But I'm sure everyone either jumped in early, didn't wait for confirmation, hoping that this was going to trend higher, but they got flushed out. And so the buyers up here got creamed, and that's what fueled this sell-off right over here. Once again, bring up the drawings. It's because we knew that this was a Fibonacci golden zone. People went long, and then everyone who was down here sold their position either at the retest of these highs or previous highs and sold off at the 618. So this is pretty much like a textbook pattern of a price consolidation, and this is pretty much a scalper's dream today. You could have easily played these levels, going in and out of VWAP from one extreme low to extreme high, right? If you bought this, you could have took partial profits right at the VWAP, and then take close the entire position at the retest of the 5 minute, 15 minute range. Opening range breakout traders went long here, had their stops taken out, which fueled this downtrend back into the bottom of the range for the day. Turn the volume profile back on. We're still currently under the value area low. Turn on the moving averages. Should hit the 200. Okay, we're not at the 200 just yet. We could see price consolidate for a while until this 200 EMA catches up in white. Yeah, so we're getting all this price action underneath the 58 EMA, which indicates a short-term downtrend on a bullish gap up day. Okay. Flush to the downside. Market makers brought price lower, broke these support levels 1 and 2. Low of the day is at 406.91. So we see a red flush candle because people who went long over here and didn't take profit up here are now getting stopped out. We may see price bounce back and tap the 50 EMA before it goes back down to touch the 200, or this could go straight to the 200 EMA. Let's look at the stochastics. Let's look at the 5-minute first. Still in oversold territory. And when we are at extreme levels of the day, one thing I like to look out for are, early divergences. Right now, don't see any just yet. So this may continue to just go lower. So if I was someone who was shorting, if I shorted up here, I would have taken profit at point of control or VWAP. And then the final target would be near these lows. If someone started a short in the 410 range, they would take their first target here or close entirely. We have to wait and see. This channel is called Crypto Crystal Ball. I don't even cover that much crypto. I do, not live, but I do, off screen. But I know Tesla is one of those tickers that everyone likes to, to do TA on and to monitor. You can find a lot of crypto charts on Twitter or X. I may even do a rebranding. We'll see. But I like covering Tesla and then some Bitcoin. So we're just going to see what happens. Removing the drawings very quickly. And I can just remove the pivots. Let's just remove the EMAs for now. See what that looks like. So we're outside of the 1 hour range. We're hitting the standard deviation 1618, 2618 of the VWAP. Question is, are we just going to go back to the VWAP and kind of just go sideways, kind of like what all this other action did since this morning? Anything else I should cover?
Maybe you should come up with or talk about the upcoming news on June 4th.
Cool.
Or announcements while you're waiting for this play to come out.
Yeah, so for those who do not have 25,000 to be able to day trade with a margin account, a very important change is occurring on June 4th. So apparently on June 4th, brokers will now be able to allow smaller accounts under 25K to be able to day trade. Meaning, yeah, you do not need 25,000 to be able to trade margin. And then you no longer have to wait 4 or more day trades. Well, no, 4 or more, excuse me. You're able to trade more than 3 day trades per day without needing 25K. So basically, open up a margin account, not financial advice. If I was someone who wanted to get into day trading or trade in general, brokers will now allow margin for $2,000 for a $2,000 account and remove the pattern day trading rule, which allows you to trade more than 3 times per day. I can make a short video about that, but this is big news. So the market is now going to allow smaller traders to be able to play this game of trading. And they're looking to basically wipe out all the small, inexperienced traders. However, if you know how to trade and you have basic knowledge, you could easily take advantage of little swings like this. So it doesn't have to be Tesla. It could be another ticker, in the $20 to $50 range, and be able to, take advantage of these daily intraday moves. So you could be trading in and out of these little swings per day, making your daily wage. Right? Would you rather work 1 hour a day or 8 hours per day? Easy answer, right? So just to do some hypotheticals, if you went long here and closed your position at VWAP, that's $2.25, right? Easily $225 in 4 minutes if you traded 100 shares. And you had a little bit more money than $2,000, obviously. So if you're in that range between, 15, maybe even 10,000 to 25,000, you could trade about 100 shares. I would have to do the math. Maybe you could only trade up to 50. price is this? 408.66. Let's just say 408.60. Right, 408.60 times, let's just say 50 shares of Tesla. And then intraday trading is 4 to 1, I believe. So by 4. Yeah. So you could easily trade if you had 10,000, not financial advice, entertainment purposes only, and educational purposes. So if you had about 10K to 15, let's say 10 to 25K, not quite over 25K, but 10 to 25K, you can easily trade 50 shares of Tesla intraday, not to hold overnight, basically opening and closing within the day. So within 4 minutes, you were able to get $2.25, $2.25 times 50. That's $112.50. How many hours of work is that for you? I don't know. Educational information only. You can make day trading a job if you know what you're doing. So that's $112.50. And then if we did another scenario, let's just say you only like to go long. Price went outside of value area low. We entered long again over here, and your stop could have been previous support. Let's say you got in at let's call it 410 even. 410 even, and you aimed for point of control. That's 296. So you have to figure out as a trader, whoever you follow on YouTube, content creators, make sure you understand your indicators. Don't follow any system blindly. Do your research, know how the indicators work, figure out if you're either a breakout trader, a momentum trader, or reversion to the mean trader. I consider myself to be a reversion to the mean trader. So find the indicators that support your type of trading. And the ones that I've displayed here, pivots, moving averages, volume profile, Fibonacci. Those are tools that support the way that I trade. And it took many years and lots of money, to figure that out. All right, so back to that scenario, 112.50 using 50 shares, getting a 225 move, and then 296 was that move. You made that in 16 minutes, right? So 50, so that's 148 plus the 112.50. $260.50. You can obviously scale lower or scale higher, right? So if we started trading here and then got out, oh, the point of control moved. We'll note that. So this was just under 1 hour of work. So your first trade started here, second trade started there. So if you took your first trade at 650, your second trade at 7:20 a.m., and then you closed that trade at 7:40. In total, that is only 48 minutes. So you could have $260.50 under 1 hour, 48 minutes. So 296 on one trade, 225 at another. So that's $5.21. Of course, you traded with 100 shares, $521, right? So just scaling up. You break it up however you want, right? For education purposes only. So $260.50, $521, all in under 1 hour. All right, let's go back to the charts. All right, so let's turn back moving averages. Did we touch the 200? No, it didn't. Okay. But we did touch this VWAP cloud at the lower levels here. So this is a sweet trade to be in if you're a version to the mean trader. As they say, you don't want to catch a falling knife, right? This was a downtrend for, let's see, for a total of 30 minutes. Now we're seeing price revert, possibly back to the VWAP, now that price is over the 50 EMA. So anyone who went long here, right, well, it was risky, right? But if you had conviction to go long in these areas, right, and we can see how there's plenty of areas of support based on the fibs. This gray box again is the golden zone of the 5-minute range, and that was used as support, coupled or in confluence with the VWAP standard deviation bands, volume profile out, let me just isolate each indicator and even turn this off. All right, so we've got a clean and plain chart from a VWAP perspective, right? Price was going in and out of the volume weighted average price, the VWAP. When we went to extreme highs, sold off, retraced back to the VWAP. We went to the extreme levels of the low zone, and we may potentially revert back to the VWAP here again. So this is a perfect, scalping day, right, for everybody. Could have gone long here. Could have shorted from down from 414 back to the VWAP. Going long here. Going short here, right? So we're already talking about so many trades that you can make per day to take advantage of these swings on in a day where price is consolidating. Definitely going to be touching the VWAP soon, right? So anyone who went long, let's say you got down to 408, taking out the VWAP, that's $338. Easy. Right? So based on those two previous examples I had earlier, that was a capture of about $5.21. 200 shares, $1,042 in 1 hour. Going back to what I was saying, so let's isolate each type of analysis I like to use. So VWAP, we're getting price reverting in and out of the VWAP and clouds. EMAs, we see price bounce out the 50 EMA. Price went underneath the 50 EMA. Since I have this on, ADR levels as potential resistance since we're in the higher end. Pivots, just going in and out of the pivot zones. Let's quickly switch to traditional, see what that looks like. No, it kind of uses the same resistance levels. All right, scratch that. Pivots, volume profile, right? We mentioned earlier that price was outside of the value area low. And then when I was, about maybe 15 minutes ago, point of control switched from up here down from 412 down to 410. And that was something that I was looking at. Let me just draw it. Can't find pencil tool. Anyways, so we saw the volume create this M pattern, that this was going to be a high volume node when it was developing, that the point of control was eventually going to switch to this level here, which is 410. So now 410 is going to be a magnet for the rest of the day. Since we're back into the range, there's a possibility that price could go back to value area high at 412. Stochastics, 5-minute chart. So stochastics on the 5-minute chart, it's curling back up from oversold. Once we see a break of this trend line on the stochastic itself, we should see strong upward movement going to the top of the range, 412, and yeah, so let's call it 412, 413. We're going to go back to the high value area high of the volume profile. Turn back the kill zones just so we know that we can see the lunch times. And okay, lunch has not happened yet. I think lunch begins our time. Okay, so 9 a.m. begins the New York lunchtime. Currently it is 8:47. So we should see a move soon. Usually the last 15 minutes of the hour, we see some type of push. Okay, based on this swing that I drew here on Fibonacci, we see price reject this level right there. Didn't quite touch the VWAP. We front ran it. So whenever we see these swings and it rejects at the 618, good chance we'll retest the lows. And here's that last 15-minute flush before the 9 o'clock hour. Let's see what happens. So momentum may be rejecting this diagonal trend line on the SMI, Stochastic Momentum Index. Possibly flush lower at the top of the hour. So 10 minutes to 9, 9 minutes to 9 now. Before New York lunchtime. Right, touching value area low again. Will buyers step in?
I think you're muted.
I sent you the link. Like Palantir is having a good day as well, 4% up. NVIDIA.
I didn't get any link. Is it
Telegram?
off Discord?
Telegram.
Oh. I'm already signed on and like watching live on YouTube.
Okay. They only have one person watching.
No, there's 3.
Oh, I got 5 people watching. I've hidden you high. If you're a live person, put something in chat so I know.
I think it's just us.
Put ones in the chat.
You're funny. Are you going to cover Bitcoin chart or just Tesla today?
Oh, I know. I get so caught up with Tesla. It's like I like the price action on Tesla. But yeah, we'll look at Bitcoin. Okay, 4 minutes to 9. What's it gonna do? God, yeah, there we go. Something crazy should happen very soon. Yeah, so it looks like price just front ran VWAP. The high of that was 411.30. Yeah. And what I like to do, if I had gone long here and my target was VWAP, I'm not taking out exactly at the VWAP. It's either a retest of previous resistance, which in this case was at 411.20, and that would have been good, which is at this 618 retracement. But definitely you want to be able to, traders might have sold. I had limit orders at 411.25, which still would have worked out, but don't aim for the VWAP. Through my experience, I don't aim for the VWAP exactly for exit. I like front running it, and that's what all or most traders do, I suppose. All right, you want to be able to get out before everyone else does. So imagine you had a limit order on the VWAP. Oh, there we go. There's that something crazy I was looking for. We're getting a break of the previous support at 407.87, and we're looking to retest the low of the day. So right now it's 2 minutes to 9. This is something that's crazy. I have a feeling that something's going to happen. Not necessarily a feeling. This is usually what happens at the top of the hour. And if I were to go to an hourly chart, moves are made on the hourly, right? And then we're basically closing an hourly bar, and a new bar will be created for that next hour if someone who trades an hourly chart. And if you looked at the hour very quickly, I didn't do that earlier, but at the beginning of 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, if you saw this candle, as this one was printing, this was bearish, right? This hourly candle. So if you were a short trader, you could easily, and looks like if you look at the 30-minute chart, right, that was used as a sell point to go lower, to retest the lows of the day. Yeah, so here we are. Testing the lows of the day. We're about to crack it soon. Question is, are we going to fill the gap today? Which is at... Did it close? Oh, I have previous close right here. 398.73. So currently it is lunchtime in New York. If I go to the world clock and I refresh that, okay, so 12 noon in New York currently. Los Angeles Pacific Standard, 9 a.m. So we should see the algorithms kick in during this low volume period, which is during New York lunchtime. Typically some move happens the hour before lunch. And if I had gone long at 408, knowing that lunchtime was going to happen very soon, as a scalper, I would have just gone out very quickly. Just take out at the lowest hanging fruit. In this case was like closer to the VWAP or this little 618 retracement that I see it with this swing right here. So in other words, since I knew that lunch was coming up, I was not looking to aim for value area high or anywhere near the highs of the day, you know. So this is the first time I see an ABC pattern. We're going to see this W, and we have to see how low this last leg of this W will form. I have a lot of drawings here already, so please excuse this, but get the high of the day and this low. I'm just going to draw a box. We're going to draw that here. Boom. So based on this swing, price may go down to 405 to 403 and see a potential reversal from there. And that would not quite fill the gap. Previous high of the day was at 401.68. We did hit this 125 level. It shows as negative 25, but it's 1.25. That was found as support, removing the drawings. It hit the 2618 of the VWAP. If you're a mean reversion trader, these are areas where where I would like to buy. But just make sure you're not catching a falling knife. You know, make sure you trust your indicators, trust your methodology. Someone who's a momentum trader would not be buying here. They would be closing. Well, technically it is a buy when they close a short. So that's why you're seeing some green candles right now. So people who shorted, take one step back. Buyers who bought this sold at closer to this VWAP, and then shorters shorted here near the 411 range and then closed their shorts at 406. They front ran the 405 level. And we're going to see how this plays out during this lunch hour. Typically lunch hour, there's a lot of manipulation, consolidation, and just low volume. So New Yorkers right now, big money, maybe already took the day off, talked about how much money they made during their lunch as they drink a pint. I don't know, whatever they do there. All right, let's see what happens. Thinking about starting a series, I talked about this with my wife. You know, since we have this pattern day trading rule that is happening in the US on June 4th, where you can day trade basically on margin, you know, and have an account under 25K. So this is big. You know, through my experience of trading markets, you know, I had to build up enough cash for my day job and savings to be able to save up over 25K just so I could day trade equities, right? Obviously, there's other products, options, futures, things like that. But I traded a lot of crypto back in 2018, so that's why I still love to this day crypto, because you know you don't necessarily need margin to get huge gains. But I love the volatility and price action of Tesla, which is why I cover it a lot. I know this channel is called Crypto Crystal Ball. If you have any requests on any crypto, feel free to put it in chat or put it in the comments, and I'll gladly do that. But as far as live streaming and doing scalp trading, I like Tesla. So going back to my idea about the pattern day trading rule change, and creating a video series, I'm thinking about just having a small account and then, day trade live on stream Thursdays and Fridays. And then, kind of show how I work that account up to 25K. So let's see. I haven't decided on how much I want to have on this account once this rule changes. And that is if Schwab, my stockbroker, decides to make that switch on June 4th. So June 4th is Thursday. So Thursday, June 4th. Maybe it gets implemented on the following Monday, June 8th. But we have to wait and see. I'll have my money ready to have a small account to be able to trade live here on stream. And then, take advantage of little swings like this. Track and journal my my trades, and have full transparency of how I'm doing things here. Yeah, so that would be the scalping account. All right, so back to Tesla. We're seeing price react to these fib extension zones at the 125 level. We're still in the VWAP cloud, of course. Patterns within patterns. And that's usually what TA is. Fractals. Let me quickly draw this fib. And I know there's a lot of drawings here already, but as a fib trader, you got to draw the fibs, right? Every pivot. So that's one pivot right there. From this swing low, about let's say 408 to swing high 411. I'm gonna draw this box where we have this fib extension zone for that swing. Right? And as I draw these boxes of the fib extension sell zones, or excuse me, I need to switch these to buy zones. As you can see, when I drew these obvious swing highs to my eyes, I'm a poet, I didn't know it. This is a fib extension buy zone. I drew that, which is the 125 fib extension to the 1618. And then this swing high and this swing low, I draw its fib extension buy zone of 125 and 168. And you can see how there's confluence where these boxes overlap. You get a darker shade of green, which is nice how TradingView works, and how it overlaps with the colors. The more overlaps you have, the darker the color gets. So this was definitely a strong mini zone to close a trade or enter a trade, and we have to wait and see what happens. Obviously it's lunchtime, but this would have been a good sell target if I had sold on this swing. So from 411.22 to 405.75.
Seems like it's been targeting the 618 extensions on every swing.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Going lower. Yeah, but definitely that would have been a target for me to take out if I had sold short here from 411. So as a fib trader, I like to use the fib extension zones for potential areas to buy or sell, whether it's opening a trade or closing a trade. Yeah, so we broke the low of the day, obviously. This is new lows. I'm gonna remove the drawings very quickly, and even remove the VWAP cloud. So we're just gonna have the volume profile and take a look at that. So we're clearly out of value, meaning we're at the extreme ends of the trading day. So we're at extreme lows. We just broke lows. Let me emphasize that a little bit more. So these two black lines, value area high and value area low, price is way out of value. So in this box is the value area. The orange line is point of control. If you're just tuning in, I explained this earlier, and you can look up a lot of tutorials online on how to trade volume profile. But point of control and the value areas are basically magnets. So if price breaks out of value area, there's a high chance that price will revert back into the value area zone, which is where most of the trading occurred. And I believe the stat is 68% of the volume of that particular trading period. In this case, it's a volume profile based on the daily time frame. Well, based volume profile of the day on a 1-minute chart. Obviously, you could change the settings, but in any case, this is where 68% of the volume, where it happened between, let's say, $413 to 408. We're currently at 405.33. The question you want to ask yourself as a mean reversion volume profile trader is whether or not price will go back into value area, or into value, as they say. So after, we have a lot of drawings here, and let me just maybe delete some of these. I'll delete that line, and I'll just move the low of the day. It could obviously still move. Oh, dang. Yowza. Price taking a deep dive. We're probably going to touch based on this current momentum, we're definitely going to hit the 400 range, 401, hit the high of yesterday. People interpret, closing of the gap differently. Some say the high of the previous day of the gap, or, the actual close of the day yesterday. Question is, are we going to hit 401.68 and revert, Or are we just going to go down to 398.73 and revert? Anything else that comes to mind? You're muted.
No.
Okay.
Bitcoin.
I know, I'm just so focused on Tesla. I've been tracking this.
Well, you can just focus on this if you want. Yeah, but I'm excited about June 4th.
We hit the 200% of this move from 408 to 411. Getting some sellers closing their trades. We are in the fib extension buy zone. We are at extreme levels. If I show the moving averages. Wow. I'm gonna turn it on. Wow. Now we crossed the 200. Excuse me. The 50 EMA is crossing the 200. And we have the momentum on a 5-minute. We're oversold right now. We take a look at the volume profile, you can see that the distribution occurred still up into these higher levels. And then you can see that there's not as much, obviously it's New York lunchtime. We don't have a lot of volume coming in just now because of this lunch hour. Now we're gonna have to wait and see what, during the New York PM session, which begins at 10:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for us. If price is going to revert back into the 409, 408, 413 area.
I want to add that on the monthly pivots, it's hitting R1.
Oh, really? Let me double check.
Yeah. Or it tapped it.
Oh, you're right. So I have the volume profile set to 1 day. So the yesterday's point of control was at $400. 411, 416. So as a volume profile trader, since we're now far out of value, we obviously have a huge gap. There's a high likelihood that we'll fill the gap. But definitely, we're going to hit the point of control from yesterday. There must be some news going on. Oh yeah, tomorrow I think there's going to be some numbers.
What?
Not a huge, I don't follow the economic news as much as I should. I just like looking at technicals. But let's just check it out. So tomorrow, this is forexfactory.com. So we do have some red folders, and these are high impact news events. So 5:30 a.m. US Standard Time. We have average hourly earnings, non-farm employment change, and unemployment rate, which is big. So we have that news dropping at 5:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We should see a lot of volatility tomorrow, and all the price action occurring today is essentially pricing in tomorrow's move. Oh, I have 2 viewers right now. So I did actually have 3 additional viewers, babe. I think you're muted.
It shows that you have 3 viewers watching right now.
Oh, really?
On my end.
Where? I saw 5.
Should we be talking about this live right now?
I don't know. Who's gonna be watching? One's in the chat if you're not a bot.
You're funny. Okay, let's keep talking about the trades.
Yeah, I know. Hold on.
By the way, we're like hovering around the yearly VWAP. Yeah, the band. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, which band? The VWAP band?
The yearly.
And switch to yearly?
No, the blue dotted lines, like that's what we've been something you have on right now, I think. Yeah.
What's neat about this multi-time frame VWAP indicator is that you could have multiple VWAPs on the screen, right? Depending on how you want, how you want to organize it. I currently I have the daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly turned on. Part of the reason why we had a big move yesterday or today was not only because there was positive news with Tesla itself with the China sales, but to a bigger time frame, just could isolate it a little bit more. Volume profile real quick. So if we take a look, let me remove the EMA clouds too very quickly. So if we focus on this blue line and this red line, this blue line is the yearly volume weighted average price, and this red line is the quarterly volume weighted average price. So yearly VWAP and quarterly VWAP. The red quarterly VWAP did not show up here, obviously, since January, during the first quarter, because it's lined up with the yearly for the first 3 months of the year. And then once we began the second quarter, you can see how the quarterly VWAP is down here and the yearly. So the point that we're saying here is that even on these bigger levels, the VWAP on bigger time frames, the quarterly and yearly are very significant levels. As you can see here, earlier this month, beginning of April, when we had the quarterly forming, it was used at this point like resistance, and as soon as price broke above the quarterly VWAP, You know, we had momentum going to the upside. The yearly VWAP was used as resistance, went back down. I don't want to clutter the charts too much. Just take a screenshot. Make it yellow. Yeah, price move. Hit the quarterly VWAP. Went, oh, what? Right. Broke out of the quarterly, went straight to the yearly. Now, this was used as resistance, the yearly VWAP. Went back down to the quarter, found support, kind of meandered for a little bit, and then hit the yearly VWAP again, and then broke out of it with conviction, which is today. Retesting previous resistance here. Some people might want to call this a cup and handle on Tesla on a bigger time frame, right? So that's a nice little cup and handle on Tesla. So we should be hitting 420 sometime very soon. Yeah, but the measurement, let's see if I were to measurement this to that, yeah, we're definitely talking about like 430 to 440. I know these are just drawings on a screen, but yeah, this is nice. This is a nice little cup and handle pattern on Tesla. Draw the fibs for that. Yeah, so 420, most likely 420.69 because Elon gets a kick out of that number. So 420.69 to 427, we should see some people taking some profits if they went long here on this cup and handle. But the 100% move of that cup would be at 454. 454. So obviously we have the psychological numbers, or if you look at these pivots here, R3 is 448. So this is definitely going to be bullish within the next month. And you want to figure out where your targets are. So 420.69, or let's just say 420 could be your first target. 428 would be my next target, 437, then all the way going up to 450. Scaling out of, a leap, or scaling out of options, if that's something you're doing long term.
Long term in terms of like the year? Or
yeah, it could be like a leap if you're going to hold for the year, or more than, I would say, 3 months.
Okay.
But price could move into those areas within 3 months. So you could have made your trade for the year, right? And then you could literally just quit trading for the year if you made your money for the year, right?
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But knowing how our analytical minds work, our trader minds work, we look at the markets every day. So good luck trying to quit. Because you want to be able to just look at the charts, even if you're not trading. Like right now, I'm not currently day trading, and I will be very soon next month with the new pattern day trading rule, starting a fresh new account. Haven't decided how much money I want to start with, and create a video series on that. I gotta plan out the video schedule for that one.
Yeah. But you are currently holding a lot of Tesla.
Yeah, in long-term
stuff.
retirement portfolio and stuff like that. A lot of MicroStrategy, a lot of Tesla, GBTC, a lot of Bitcoin ETFs.
You are currently trading your own retirement. Like you're managing your own retirement.
Oh, that too.
Account.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been very successful.
So now my, our employer allows us. We had switched from some different broker, I don't remember the name, where we only had access to mutual funds, but then our employer, allowed us to, well, actually they partnered with Fidelity. So then Fidelity started handling our 401ks, and then we had the option to be able to trade on our own, right? Trade our own stocks and stuff like that. So I was able to make money swing trading and position trading on our 401k using Fidelity, rather than just sticking with some mutual fund. Not financial advice, that's what I did. I was able to make more money than more than my bi-weekly contributions into the 401k just by trading, for long term, of course. Looking for longer swings on Tesla, MicroStrategy. I've held GBTC before the split, or before even all the ETFs came out. GBTC was the only game in town. Gone in, I know we're going off to a tangent here. I think it was like 2018. Yeah, way back when. Yeah, so that account has more than doubled, I'll tell you that. Just DCAing into GBTC when there were no Bitcoin ETFs. They've since branched off the fund into other trust funds, I believe. Yeah, there's a mini trust, ticker straight up BTC. So they this is when the split occurred back in 2024. So a big chunk of my GBTC stack was split into BTC, and that was just, and they did that as a business move to compete with IBIT. But IBIT right now is kind of like the king of Bitcoin ETFs because it has the most volume. And they have a lot of volume in their options.
If you didn't trade your retirement account, what's the average? Like,
you mind if you adjust your microphone? You're kind of like phasing in and out.
Is it better?
A little bit better.
I was asking, if you didn't trade your own retirement account, what's the average return?
Oh, so if you this is basic financial, education, not advice, right? You'll find this. The average market return on the S&P 500 per year, about 10 to 12%. So the average mutual fund that tracks the S&P 500 would make about that much, 10, 12. So yeah, if you were just DCAing into a mutual fund through your employer and to your 401k, an average yearly return of 10 to 12% using SPY. And not financial advice, but if you get a portion of your cash and Everyone has their own risk tolerance and time horizons on their investments. Definitely have an emergency savings fund and all that good stuff. Follow basic finance practices, money management practices. But if you're someone who wants to get into the trading game, getting to intraday day trading, swing trading, position trading, anything like that, um, you know, they always say trade with no more than 2% of your account as a whole. So literally have a separate account dedicated to trading, however you want to trade, right? Experiment, paper trade, watch other YouTubers, follow your content creators where they could provide all the evidence and stats of their day trades. But definitely figure something out for yourself. Like and subscribe to the channel if you want to continue to follow. I plan on streaming Thursdays and Fridays throughout the regular market hours. I did miss last week to do a recap over the weekend to prepare for this week's trading. Got really busy with the 9 to 5, right? Things happen, so I've got to be disciplined with the recap videos and the weekend videos. But definitely streaming on Thursdays and Fridays, so tune in for future content. Okay, looking at the hourly, it's not the hourly, the 5-minute, but during the lunch hour, let's go down. Let me bring up the drawings. Sorry if you hear some noise here. There's some gardeners working in the property. Yeah, so based on the fib zones that we had drawn earlier, we hit the 618 of these fib extension zones. And rather than closing the gap to yesterday's high, it looks like we are reverting back to value area, right? So I mentioned earlier, if you're a mean reversion trader, we hit this VWAP cloud at these lower levels, which is 1.618, 2.618, 3.618, hitting extreme levels. Price fell out of value, right? And it's now going back into the value area range where 68% of the volume occurred during this session. The point of control, excuse the noise here if you hear something in the background here. So point of control, let's just call it 410 even. So this point of control, which is drawn here in orange, is going to be a magnet for price. So we're going to have to wait and see at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time if price is going to go back into this black box that's right here in this range, into value, and hit this point of control. And that would have been a great mean reversion trade if that's something that you do. If you're a momentum trader, trend trader, you would have followed this down move. If you're a breakout trader, you would have entered a short after the break of this low at 407.88. If you're a mean reversion trader, you're getting in at these extreme levels on this low side and looking for price to revert back into value or the VWAP or the point of control. You pick your target. Create your own targets. It's like a create your own adventure. Got the moving averages back on. Price reverted back to the 200. Price is now above the 50 EMA and 200. There's a high chance that it will go back to point of control at 409. So if you were to enter a long now, if I were to enter a long now, my target would be 409.94, maybe 409.90. I'd get out. your stop could be below the structure at below 406, or this wouldn't be a 1-for-1 trade, but you know, if you put your stop down here, ideally you could have gotten in much sooner when price broke above this 9 and 13 EMA. If I was mean reverting and I was looking for a reversal and a pivot on the down, looking to go up near the lows, so potentially you could have gone long at the break of this big red candle right here with high volume. By the way, I'm using volume bars, so the wider the bar, the more volume in that particular candlestick. So in this case, these are 1-minute candlesticks, and you could see we have a big red candle, wider, you know, comparatively to all its other candles in this lunch hour. But once price broke and closed above that candle, I could have started along, and your stop could have been like below previous support right here. So if I had done a long here, right, and the stop, let's say previous structure, this low, and I targeted value area low. Where is it? Oh, it's mixed in with the fib zone right here. Boom, right there. So it's either point of control or value area low. So this looks like this was that was a 2.53 risk to reward ratio. I couldn't read that last stream because they changed how it looked. So if I had gone long near these lows, me being a mean reversion trader, looking at the candles and reading momentum to see the change for reversals in a reversal zone, we were in already a fib extension buy zone. We were looking for the shorts to close their trades, which would then have the candles turn green because they're closing their shorts. The opposite of closing their shorts is buying the stock back. We're having these candles turn green. We saw a break of the stochastic momentum index trend line right here, which and a close of a 5-minute bar greater than that. We're going to see a trade play out right there. Right, so all those different conditions, you know, would tell me that this was going long, and to the very least, not only go back to the EMAs, even if we didn't have the EMAs on here, and if I were just looking at the volume profile and VWAP cloud with my Fibonacci extension zones, you're just looking for a price retracement back to value area, which is this black line. I'll remove the drawings. Essentially get in long on these extreme levels and wait for a reversal, which was the break of the stochastic momentum index trend line that I drew. Look for a close of a green candle above one of the biggest, one of the widest candles, which had more volume. Sorry if I don't make any sense. I think I'm hungry. And then put a stop down here. Nearest lowest hanging target was the value area low, and it just hit. That could have been the first target, then point of control and VWAP maybe as a second target. But with volume profile trading, you know, you're essentially just trading, making trades when price goes outside of value, and then your target is just somewhere back into value, which is, you know, this huge box right here. So then if you had done a long near these lows, that was a 2.36 risk to reward ratio trade. And then now that we're back into volume, we're going to see how price reacts. If you aim for that 618, I'm looking to the left here at 409. That was a 2.64. If we're aiming for point of control, literally, that is a 3.12 risk to reward ratio. And you could see how this type of analysis, if this is something that you like doing, and if you could train your eyes to see these visual cues with these indicators, that there are many opportunities to make money in the market. Currently, I'm not selling a course. I'm not selling any service at the moment. It's just free information for your entertainment only. So the least you could do if you like this information is to subscribe and like. I greatly appreciate it. But like I said, next month, the plan is to just, scalp trade on Thursdays and Fridays. And I'll be able to do that once the pattern day trading rule changes on June 4th. So if you're watching this, or, at some point, if you see this live stream on your feed and you come to this point of the video, I highly encourage anyone who already has their finances in order and you want to take a stab at doing this trading game, trying to live that remote trading life. There's never been a greater opportunity for you to be able to do that. I mean, obviously there's crypto, obviously there's futures, but I like stock trading. I just like how Tesla moves and how it reacts to these levels. You're going to want to find tickers, and you don't have to trade Tesla. You could trade anything. You just want to make sure that you find the right ticker that works well with your system. Um, if you're a momentum trend trading trader, find a ticker that just trend follows. I like Tesla because most of the time it likes to revert to the mean and consolidate, and have these volatility swings per day. And as a mean reversion trader, this is money, right? Here's like one trade right here, 2 trade, 3 trade, 4 trade, 5 trade, 6 trades, 7 trades. And in my earlier example of me calculating, these two trades, that's easily $250, $500 in less than 1 hour, depending on how you size it. And on June 4th, when they have this new pattern day trading rule, you can, trade, under 100 shares and not require a lot of margin, and to be able to day trade under $25,000. So this is game breaking for a lot of first traders with smaller accounts. Maybe you're a person who already has a lot of experience and you want to test out some new strategies. Maybe take a stab at day trading, scalping, and doing something different that you normally would than buy and hold, right? So this is for someone who's already established with their finances, has an emergency fund, has a retirement account, and now you want to be active with this market. You don't want to risk everything, right? So let's say you're someone who wants to risk 2% of your account. Now would be the best time for me to open up a small trading account once that pattern day trading rule changes on June 4th. Start small, trade often, and turn a little bit of money into a lot, taking advantage of these swings that you see every day, right? In less than 1 hour, you could be making $250 to $500.
Is that per trade, or just like if you took those 5 trades?
Collectively, and depending on your size. The hypothetical example was doing 50 shares and 100 shares. You could even do less than that, right? You could do 25 shares, but like trade a lot more of these swings, right? Get in your reps. Trade small, trade often, create a system for yourself. Find out what type of trader you are, trend following, momentum trader, mean reversion trader. We're just gonna wait. So the first target, if I had gone long down at those levels, was value area low, and we'd be out of that trade. That's a 2.36 risk to reward, capturing $3.63. So if I bust out the calculator, favorite.
Please do.
What's that?
Please do.
What's due?
The calculator.
Oh yeah, so 363, right? Obviously 100 shares, $363. And then how long did that take? And we entered long at this candle. Hypothetically. So it hit the value area low at this. So 21 minutes. So imagine making $363 in 21 minutes. Right, for 100 shares. Did 50, $181.50 in 21 minutes. Question is, why aren't you trading? It's a life skill you need to learn. Imagine 363, 200 shares, easily $726 in 21 minutes if you're trading 200 shares. 363, 25 shares. Let's say, you're brand new to scalp trading and you're testing this new strategy of mean reversion. 25 shares of Tesla, $90, right? $90.75 in 21 minutes. Where can you get that?
How much?
25 shares, $90.75 in 21 minutes. This is because, for me, I wanted to hit the lowest hanging fruit going back into value area, which was the value area low. So from 405 to 408. Now, obviously, the people and traders who are aware of the point of control and VWAP, they front ran it. Right, as we can see here, it did not touch the point of control or the VWAP, even though it was just right there. So you want to be able to just, in my eyes, the lowest volume, the lowest hanging fruit, or my first target to take out, or even close entirely, if I was using volume profile analysis, was to take out at the value area low. Okay, so it looks like we're going back. Sellers close their trade. Now we're going back into value. Are we now going to touch the point of control this time? Yep, and I think so. We got the momentum curling on the 1 minute. Maybe, how does it look like on the 5? 5 looks good. Might have been premature. Usually when you see this midline rejection on the stochastic momentum index, like if it, I need to find the pencil tool on this, babe. Hey, do you know where it's at? I should know this. Anyways, this is much easier for me. So yeah, so once we see this like rejection of the midline and we come back here, this is a strong indication that we're gonna have some type of burst in price range, but in volatility. Basically a continuation. And what it's doing is creating a upward trend line just like this. just redraw that. So we could just have a trend line going this way. Price touches that trend line, goes up, and then kind of do this. And then we're going to see price eventually touch point of control. But we have to wait till it closes, right? Usually it's the 5 minute that, you know, we're already in overbought territory in the 5 minute. Okay. I don't think that's going to happen because we're just going to curl down. All right, so on the 5 minute, price front ran the point of control. What time is it? 9. Okay. So once again, within the last 15 minutes of the hour, there's volatility. So this is the closing of an hourly bar. And let's see how this next hour is going to open up at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard. Now we have so many drawings already, but don't mind this. We're going to see a pullback to the 50 or 618, in this case the 406, 405, and then continue higher. We shall see. 3 minutes till the closing of this hourly bar, or of an hourly bar. And I don't think the New York PM, yeah, the PM session doesn't begin right away. So it begins at 10:30 a.m. Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. If you have any questions and if you're watching this live, feel free to put something in chat. If you want me to look at another ticker, whether it be crypto or stocks, I'll gladly do that for you. In the meantime, I'll be right back. Okay, so after logging in on your computer, it looks like I got disconnected. Your session ended because your account was accessed from another browser. To comply with market data regulation, only one active session is allowed per user. Dang.
Okay, I'll just log off then.
So they're really cracking down. If both sessions were yours, simply click connect. Hold on, babe. Are you able to connect? Did it give you a warning? Okay, then maybe we're still able to. Okay. You're muted.
So I could stay logged on?
Yeah, if it didn't give you an error message. Okay, so look, here we were out of value during New York lunch, went back in, out, and we may just hit point of control and VWAP here. Even if you didn't have VWAP, right, we already established earlier in the day that during the 5-minute opening range, that this golden zone right here, not quite the golden zone, I expanded it a little bit more, that this was used as support and resistance. So support, support, support until it wasn't retested. I mean, broke out lower, retested, and we're going back in. Oh, excuse me, got the burps. Okay, so without the drawings, just so you can just view that. Is there anything you want me to look at?
Bitcoin. BTC.
Okay. Hold on one sec. All right, shows 3 watching now. I know I haven't covered BTC enough, and BTC has made a lot of moves lately. There's so many Bitcoin channels out there. Let's just start with a weekly div. Obviously, I'm not switching to weekly candle bars. I'm just going to be, let's switch to a 4-hour and look at the week. And yeah, we'll keep the monthly pivots on. So just turning off VWAPs very quickly. So we currently have the monthly pivots on for May. We broke out of R1 on Sunday, May 3rd, pulled back, used as support, went to R2, and then sold off from there. And just where I had drawings on this, did it not save?
Maybe it was under Coinbase or XC.
I usually do Binance, the first one, BTC, USDT. Oh, I'm under funds, no wonder. Let's go to all. There we go. Yeah, maybe it's here. Oh no, that's old. Nope. Maybe it's because I had it on a different chart here. different tab. Nope. That's okay. Start fresh. Obviously, what's great about crypto is that it's 24 hours, 365, 7 days a week. We see the London session, Asia, New York. Turn that off real quick. Let's get forgot about the EMAs. Get the EMAs in. Okay, so what you see here, turn off the pivots. I have some drawings on here. So this is a 4-hour chart, but I'm looking at a bigger time frame. These are all EMA clouds. The black EMA cloud is a 2 and 4 EMA. 9 and I believe this is 20 and 34. This is 50 and I think 55. 89 to 100 and then 200 EMA clouds. So we can see that on Wednesday, May 6th, yesterday, that we tapped the 200 EMA, kind of pulled back. We saw the SMIs roll over. You know, obviously Bitcoin is very good with, you know, trend trading. And usually if you really want to, if you want to make some profit off of this, if you were a day trader, I mean, you would have to use leverage, right? Unless you're literally just buying one full Bitcoin and selling the one full Bitcoin and then making $2,200 on this move. But most of the time you would have to rely on leverage. Unless you, no, never mind. I mean, unless you have like $40,000 and make $500 off of this move, to each their own. But for the common average viewer and day trader, you know, you typically would want to use a leverage product, you know, not financial advice. This is only for you to be able to take advantage of these little swings. Really, for Bitcoin, you know, for the way it moves now, it's more for long term and just doing DCA buys on my Bitcoin every week. And especially every time I get paid, I make it buy a big chunk. So just DCAing for the long term. But with the intraday moves, it's jagged and it does tend to trend. It's a trending underlying. Unlike Tesla, where you have a lot of back and forth between different levels, definitely Bitcoin, you want to be able to just play the trend rather than do mean reversion trading. So just looking at today's movement, and I'll go to the weekly really quick. As you can see on the weekly, we hit the R3, nowhere near the main pivot line. Let's drill down to daily. As you can see, very interesting. So if you use the pivots, I switched down obviously from like monthly, weekly to daily. As you can see yesterday when the daily R3 was hit, sold off. And then with today's price action, let me just go to a 15-minute chart. Let me just remove this faster EMA. right? And I will show the kill zones. That's just the name of the indicator to show the different sessions, right? So this blue right here is Asia session, London session, and New York. So Asian session, we opened up underneath the weekly pivot. Excuse me, this is daily. This was yesterday, by the way. Yesterday, May 6th. We opened up below the pivot, which usually indicates a bearish day or a high likelihood that price will go down lower to these S1, S2, S3 levels. So in basic pivot trading, if price opens up below the pivot line, which is at 81,676, that we were going to have possibly a negative trending day. If it opens up above the pivot line, you want to go long and potentially take out at the R1, R2, or R3. So in this case, went down to the S1, used the pivot during the London session, the main pivot line, during the London session as a resistance. Excuse me, I don't know, I'm getting brain fog right now. Right, so New York, we sold off into the current session. Maybe just a snack. Am I out of coffee? My vitamins this morning. Anyways, as I was saying, excuse me, getting sidetracked. We're doing this live. I'm not an AI bot. Okay, so now taking into consideration the Asia, London, and New York AM range, which is today, what I like to do is draw the fibs of the sessions. So in this case, Asia session, this is a 15-minute time frame, by the way. Asia session, high-low. And you can see how that became a target for the next session, which was London. Excuse me. And then if I also want to draw the fib buy zone, all right, so drawing the Asia session high-low, and if you draw these fib extensions in the upper extreme, lower extreme, those were potential buy or sell targets or potential, areas to. It's basically a decision point, right? If you're already in a trade or if you want to open up a trade, in either direction. So if you had gone long here, and just quickly draw it. Because of the Asia session, it extends from the previous New York, right? Draw a trend line. It broke above the trend line, pulled back, retested at the beginning of the London session, and then had this bullish momentum going up because it broke the trend line, hit the Asian session's fib extension zone, and chef's kiss. People took profit and reversed. Sold into the fib buy extension zone of the Asian market. So you can see how these huge swings play out. So dropping a lot of sauce here that I normally wouldn't on Tesla because, we don't take into account any London sessions. The London sessions don't pop up for Tesla because it's not 24/7 like Bitcoin. So you can see how the levels for each session, acts as a level of support and resistance for other London, New York sessions for that particular trading day. So just the whole of yesterday, these were levels to use until today, New York, U.S. Standard Time. Man, sorry, I'm getting brain fog here. So if you went long here, you closed up there. So bought at 80,000, let's call it 81,000 even, and then you sold at 81,600. Easy fib zones to play, and this is just straight up using fibs, right? And pivots. Do I even have the pivots on? Oh yeah, I do. So hit support 1, broke the trend line, fib extension sell zone, which happens to be pivot 1. So even if you didn't know how to draw fibs or didn't want to, you could just be using the pivots as a straight up trading strategy right here, right? Go long here potentially, not financial advice, and then look to exit in the next line up. You can see that once price broke support, Asian session had this sell off into the fib extension zone, quick bounce off of the fib extension zone and continued lower for the AM, New York AM session. I could draw plenty of fibs here. I could draw the high and low of the London session, and you get this confluence zone right here. But usually what happens, you have to figure out if the session, the change of the session wants to continue in the trend or reverse. And in this case, the New York session decided to continue with the downtrend that London started. And we, of course, have this fib zone. Let's remove this retracement. I'm going to draw the London high to this low. And you can see we're hitting these lower extremes. Yeah, it even goes up to the 200. Right, so just using fibs from this London session high to this low at 3:15 a.m. Price reverted to the 50, not necessarily the 618 golden zone, but it did hit the 50% retracement of the London session, continued lower during the AM of New York. And yeah, if you just follow with the trend, like I mentioned, Bitcoin tends to trend a lot. So be wary of high volume momentum plays. In this case, be New York, where you see the most volume. Once again, I'm using volume bars. So the wider the bar, the more volume that candle contains, or the more volume that occurred during this 15-minute bar. Obviously, it's New York AM. You see it wide. New York wanted to send this lower, and we may just continue lower to 79,000. I mean, we're already in the 79,000s, but 79,500. All right, we were due for a pullback, some profit taking. We turn on the EMAs. Yeah, so on the hourly, I use different different time frames for Bitcoin and crypto, because it does have, like I said, 24/7 trading, and I want to capture most of that movement kind of like on a mid time frame, like 1 hour bar, either 1 or 4. But we had on the 1 hour chart retested the 50 EMA and then broke underneath the 50 EMA, sold off when it was used as resistance. Now we're definitely gonna tap the 79,560 range because of this 200 EMA right here. And on the 4 hour chart, that's actually a 50 EMA. So yeah, we're gonna touch down to that level. If we look at the stochastic momentum index, we have to wait and see. Price will pull back to the 50 EMA on the 4-hour of Bitcoin, possibly consolidate, and then wait for these momentum indicators to turn bullish. And this could be a potential just bounce on what may be a downtrend if the 50 EMA breaks, because we still have the 12-hour stochastic in cyan and purple. It still hasn't crossed back into out of the overbought territory. So what we may see here, forgive me, I can't seem to find the pencil tool. I'll have my wife looking for it. But basically, you know, we'll see this kind of just like, if Bitcoin continues lower, we'll see that slower EMA pull low, and then the faster see that do that should move much faster. And what we could possibly see on the price chart is like this type of movement eventually, because this longer term SMI needs to pull down. So we're looking for like a ABC move. And that's basically just to hit the, let me click on these faster EMAs. Is what we have on a daily time frame. These EMA clouds are locked to the daily time frame. So we may see a retracement back to 78,000, which is where we have this 100 EMA cloud and a 20 EMA cloud right here. So excuse me, if I draw a trend line here, based on this break of this downward, this upward trend line, short-term bearish, it's just a retracement back into what could be a, call it 78,000. Right there. So we should see support at the 78,000, which is in confluence with the 100 EMA and 20 EMA cloud. So Bitcoin definitely on the short term bearish to 78,000 even. Drawings, yeah, so that's what it looks like. You can see how looking at previous price action, the 20 EMA cloud, this is 20 and 34. So 20 and 34 EMA cloud, price broke out, which began this reversal from the bottom. Went above the 100, retested the 20, and then hit its head at the 200 EMA. And definitely people who went long sold right here at this initial touch. And what we're looking for right now, if you are bullish, is for a pullback to the 78,000 range and then DCA from there. And then wait for these daily EMA, these faster EMA clouds to start curling up, crossing, doing a moving average cross above the, basically the 100, the 20 EMA crossing the 100, or the 50 EMA crossing the 200. That's it for now on Bitcoin. Look at Tesla. That doesn't look good. That's a double top. So we were look, we were busy looking at Bitcoin, but what we saw here was a double top. Oh, there it is, brush. Favorite that thing. So we saw a double top right here. It failed, in fact, to hit the point of control. It front ran that twice. It used the New York high as resistance, sold off, went out of value again. So that formed a double top. And if we take a look at the stochastic momentum index, here we go, divergence. And mind you, this was at the on the 1 minute chart. So you have a double top near potential resistance of this 5 minute golden zone. I know we have a lot of drawings here, but if you watched earlier in the stream, you could follow this. Front ran the point of control, which is this orange line, and then you have negative momentum on the 1 minute stochastic. So those were telltale signs that this was going to go lower and at least break this support right here. Go to the 5 minute. How does that SMI look? Yeah, if you look on the 5 minute chart, this looks like you wouldn't be able to see that divergence, which is the reason why I like drilling down to the 1 minute. So if you do trade off of the 5 minute chart, go down to the 1 minute, and then you get to see these early divergences, which would indicate momentum into that direction. In this case, it was momentum to the downside. So we had a double top near resistance, right? We see the momentum trending lower, and then eventually price broke support, and we went back below value area low. Turn the VWAPs back on, and I had that to yearly in a different week. Let's go to day. Yeah, so from a mean reversion perspective, got close to point of control, went out of volume profile low, and went back into this 1.618, 2.618 cloud. Let's just call it VWAP cloud. So it went back down to these extreme levels. And if we turn the daily pivots back on, daily. Yeah, still hovering around the R2 at 405. So most likely, if this is bearish, we are gonna close either the high of the day or the actual close of yesterday to fill the gap by the end of today's trading day, which in Pacific Standard Time is 1 p.m. That's an hour. That's 2 hours and 30 minutes from now. Based where how Tesla is playing out, this may close the gap. Okay, so 10:30. We're now beginning the New York PM session. Uh, 407 will be 407.68. Excuse me, 407.62 will be resistance. If it goes up. I just delete that because I got a lot going on here. I will be right back. Okay, looks like we're getting some action here. So near the low of the day in the fib extension zone, we have this swing going up, and then this is a higher low. Looking to retest point of control and VWAP. So there's a huge confluence zone right here for price to gravitate towards. Oh, my bad. Click on. Knowing me as an intraday scalper, I would have bought this low, especially when I saw, excuse all the drawings, but the divergence here on the 1 minute chart. So basically a line of momentum going that way, and this went essentially sideways. So I would have went long here, and we'll see how that plays out, right? I DCA into my mean reversion trades. I'm in high probability reversal zones. So if I had gone long here, I'd aim for, move the drawings very quickly, and remove the pivots, just the confusion. So I would go long here, and then aim for either value area low as a target 1, and then target 2, just a retest of previous highs, and or point of control. But since this has been proven to be resistance, I would just take it out of resistance. 269 to 375. Let's see if that would have worked out. So really just at this point, just doing mental trades, really trying to hone in on my intraday scalping trades by just doing mental trades and making suggestions, observations. Next month is going to be big for traders, for everybody, or anyone who wants to get into day trading. So in the US, the pattern day trading rule is being changed. No longer will someone have to have $25,000 US in their account in order to day trade. You can now day trade with having less than 25K. And I think the minimum is 2,000 to have margin. So we'll have to wait and see if my broker would enable, this new rule on June 4th, which is Thursday, June 4th. I'll be streaming that day. So let's see. And June 8th, the following Monday, is, if they don't do it on the 4th, maybe the 5th, if not the 8th, a brand new week. So definitely, if you are someone who wants to get into trading, trade small, trade often, I will be live streaming Thursdays and Fridays. And the plan is to come up with a weekly recap on the weekends and to provide future projections for the week using options, option ranges. So if I go back to my daily time frame, very quickly, I mentioned this in the beginning of the stream. So based on Friday's close on May 1st, the close was 390.82. based on the weekly option expiration expected move. It was plus or minus 18.95 of Friday's close. So that gave us a low end of 357 and top end of 395. As mentioned earlier in the stream, we already cleared that range. I know it's a lot here going on. Yeah, basically this light gray box is the range. Yeah, so 357.14 to 395. So 357.14 to 395.46 was the weekly option expected move for ending tomorrow, but we clearly went above that. Question is, today and tomorrow, do we close this gap that happened on Wednesday? Do we close that gap today, or do we close that gap tomorrow and then go back to $395, $400 range? So that's what it's more like a wait and see at this point. But yes, I plan on streaming Thursdays and Fridays, creating a weekly recap on the weekends. And provide the weekly range for the upcoming weeks. But I may create a new video series for that, or just straight up just live stream the scalps once that June 4th. So if you're someone who wants to get involved with day trading yourself and to be able to take advantage of these markets and these intraday swings for you to make a daily income, I gave an example earlier today. Like if you had gone long here, this risk reward ratio was 2.36 to 1. So the reward is 2.36, risking 1 and profiting 2.36 times whatever money you decide to risk. Not financial advice, it's education. So with this move that I came up with, it went up to $3.63. So this is just a hypothetical trade, saying like in these lows, based on these fib zones, based on the stochastic, I think there's a divergence at some point. I would have gone long, and you would have put a stop down here and take target at the value area low at the time. So that was $3.63. Obviously 100 shares, that's $100. If you did 50 shares, I mean, that'd be $181.50 in under, it was 21 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes. So imagine $363 for the 100 shares in 20 minutes. You know, you scale up or you scale down, whatever based on your account size. But yeah, easily you can make several of these trades. Earlier in the stream, if you caught it, there was one trade idea here and another trade idea at this level, and then easily making $500 to $1,000 in 1 hour just from these two trades in the morning. And in this case, this only took 20 minutes. Really good, thank you. My wife made me some oatmeal, blueberry oatmeal, sprinkled with Rice Krispies on top. And blueberries, actual blueberries. mute myself as I chew. Be right back. Okay, we got another higher low. So I'll use the close of the candle. That's actually most recent. Let's do, how does this fit? Like that. Yeah, so my trade idea was to go along here. Oh yeah. Go along there, potentially put a stop, either previous structure. Oh, turns out this is like a one-to-one. Wow. I'll make that up. This is a one-to-one if I kept my stop down here at previous support, but if I bring it higher, like if you wanted a tighter stop, using low of the session or previous wick to be a 1.55 to 1. Because I'm just scalping, I'm looking for the lowest hanging fruit, and in this case, if I had gone long here, my next area to take target would be value area low. Value area low is, from a volume profile perspective, is this black line. So this is value area low, point of control, value area high. In the value area between these two black lines is this rectangle. This is where 68% of the volume was traded for this particular day. And this point of control is the highest point at which most of the volume occurred at 410, call it. So the idea behind volume profile is use it as a mean reversion tool, where if price breaks out of the value area low or value area high, the idea is to trade back into value, and at this point, the point of control. So essentially go long outside of the zones, go back in, out to go back in. So this trade idea that I have, that this trend line is supported, touched 3 times. The stochastic was bullish right here. It was bullish divergence. So this would have been an optimal pullback to get in to go long down here. And then the target value area low, which is at 408.23. So let's see if that works out. Once again, I like mean reverting trades, contrarian trades, at points of potential reversals of support and resistance, using Fibonacci extension zones, using volume profile, right here, moving averages, pivot points. I use a confluence of different things to, justify and provide evidence for my thesis. In this case, was going long in this Fib extension zone, looking at stochastics. Well, let's see. These are all just hypothetical trades, really just sharpening my scalping trades to prepare for next month when the June 4th pattern day trading rule changes, where you no longer need 25K to be able to day trade. Start a brand new account, start day trading. So if there's anyone that's viewing this right now, feel free to put something in chat, either on YouTube or Twitch. You know, if there's something you want me to take a look at. I like primarily looking at Tesla and Bitcoin, but I cover mostly Tesla because I like the price action. Goes well with my strategy. So depending on whatever your strategy is or what type of trader you are, if you like to trade with the trend, if you like to you know, be a contrarian, look for mean reversion trades, breakout trader, you know, you want to find the right ticker that goes with your strategy. For me, I like mean reverting, being contrarian, looking for potential reversals and trade in that direction, and scalping. So I'll be scalping Thursdays and Fridays. You're just tuning in. So every Thursday and Friday, and then weekends, ideally, you know, to talk about a weekly recap and prepare levels for the future week. I wasn't able to do that this past weekend because I just got really busy with work on Monday, Tuesday. Eventually it got super busy, but still have a 9 to 5. You know, the idea is to be able to quit your day job, right? Quit the day job, quit the 9 to 5 grind, work remote from home, spend time with friends and family, play video games, right? Or do whatever you want, go fishing. But this is, you know, ideally what I like to do, an early retirement. And if not, you know, retire from my employer and, you know, do this while I'm retired. So if you're watching this, you know, feel free to like and subscribe. Put something in the chat or in comments if there's something you want to see. Any tickers, stock tickers, crypto tickers. I know I cover Tesla a lot more than on channels. This is called Crypto Crystal Ball. But I may do a brand change or maybe even start a brand new channel, depending on where I want to take this. So let's see what happens here. We already had 3 tests of this trend line moving up. We're looking for at least a retracement back to value area low at 408.25. Look at the 5-minute momentum. Yeah, the momentum index has not broken overbought just yet, so it looks like we're just getting started. We should see, what time is it? 11:06. Oh, okay, we're at the beginning of a new hour. We should see some movement very soon. Huge candle just out of nowhere, just take out the value area low. Let me remove that. Remove this. We know those are swing lows. Earlier in the stream, I called out that this was a double top, and based on momentum, this was a double top. This was negative divergence on the stochastic SMI on the 1-minute chart. We knew that this was potential resistance because it was used as support before. What was once support now becomes resistance. You could have closed your longs if you went long here, which we kind of did a hypothetical scenario on. If you wanted to sell short, you know, your sell targets were, you know, down to these fib extension zone levels. We're gonna wait and see if this long works out. If we go back to 408.25, and that's the lowest hanging fruit in my book. You could do a retest of the highs here at 409.50. We're pretty much near point of control at 410 at that point. But we're gonna see a lot of people front running this double top right here. A lot of consolidation in this area. Waiting for that crazy volatility spike to just come out of nowhere. Could be up or down, who knows? Oh, there it is. 408. Out of nowhere, boom. Waiting for it. Okay, there's that spike I was looking for. So we should take out this value area low, and this hypothetical scenario would have worked out for a quick scalp. If I went long here, and let's say we got out a few minutes, after 45 minutes maybe? Oh no, let's see what happens. Okay, I'm liking this a lot. I know there's a lot of drawings here, but the 15-minute on the SMI 15-minute chart, it's curling up. So that's very positive movement. We're leaving the overbought area. We have the SMI curling up. Did it just hit the value area low? Oh, it did. Oh, there you go. It happened like 11:09, 2 minutes ago. Boom. Oh, the value area low moved lower. Yeah, so something about the volume profile. As volume changes and the levels progress throughout the day, the point of control and value areas will reprint to adjust, right? Because the volume profile is based on volume. So, eventually these levels will change. So because the volume profile did move and that was my target, I mean, you kind of have to be watching the screen as a scalper, right? Because you're in and out making these quick moves. I probably would have had to sell at market. So therefore, even though the original value area low was a little bit higher, I don't remember, it was like 408.20 or something like that. It did adjust to 408, call it 408 even. So this trade would have worked out. It was a 1.41 risk to reward trade using this wick. If you wanted to get tighter, obviously you could change the risk reward ratio. You could have used the low of the New York PM session as your stop if you wanted to go long here, and that would have been close to a 2-to-1 trade. But yeah, there you go, right? And how much this would have captured? This was $2.11. Wait, change the settings here? Like, X108 price, lot size, oh, account size. As you can see, we're just getting a small pullback on the 1 minute chart, or just sell-off candles, bearish candles, right at value area low, right? Because we knew that that was the lowest hanging fruit to target for scalpers. So this would have been already a successful trade that took how many minutes? 34 minutes. So 34 minutes, $2.11. So obviously 100 shares, $211.34 minutes. If you're like scaling in, scaling out, let's say you were able to scale in only 50 shares, so 105, right? So 105, 50 in 34 minutes. And mind you, if if you're day trading, you're scalping, there's plenty of opportunities throughout the trading day. And mind you, this is only Tesla, right? You want to be able to use a ticker, crypto, or a stock ticker. Find a strategy that's going to work for you. Find the indicators that works for you. Because the reason why I like to use Tesla as a scalper, as a mean reversion trader, is because Tesla likes to have these little volatility swings in and out of value area, the pivot points, Fibonacci extension zones. It's highly reactive to the set of indicators that I use. So when we drew these Fibonacci extension zones earlier today, before the New York lunch session, that we knew that this was an area to go long. And drawing the 5-minute range, the 1 hour range as well, 15-minute range, what have you. These were areas of potential buy and support. We knew that this was a Fibonacci extension sell zone. I wasn't open pre-market, wasn't able to wake up on time, and I got to be better about that on Thursdays and Fridays. But I'll tell you what, in next month, if I know I'm going to be trading real money and scalping, I'm definitely going to be waking up either at market or before market open. The thing is, I think just, getting the stream started takes a lot of time. When I'm not streaming, you just wake up, quickly trade on your phone, and, that's about it. But there's a lot of prep work with streaming. So I got to be a little bit better about that. That's pretty much like close to 5 in the morning. I do have
But you have a system now.
But I do have a system. We set up the thumbnails. We may have to change thumbnails every once in a while, even to change the titling. But just for the sake of ease, sake of time, we're just using the same stuff. We'll eventually change it. We'll grow as the channel grows. So if you like what you see, if you want to support the channel, please like, support, follow me on Twitch, follow me on YouTube. I think we should have the links in the description. Still waiting for this to go back to point of control. It's taking a while. Turn on the moving averages, see what this looks like. Yeah, so we have the moving averages tightening up. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to bring back the multi-time frame VWAP, quickly remove the drawings. We can see now this like highlighter green, or it's a lime green. That is the volume weighted average price, which is VWAP. So based on volume, it creates this moving average. Whereas with EMAs and SMAs, it's based on a line that's drawn based on price. This one's based on volume. As you can see now, the VWAP is now in confluence with the point of control. So sometime between now and close, you know, it may hit these strong magnets. This VWAP and the point of control are very strong magnets for price. Oh, fit bands, babe. Placement. Got a whole bunch of other things here. Order blocks. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, obviously I have a lot of indicators, as you can see here. If you want to use more than, I think 2 now. It used to be 3 for a free account, but now it's only 2. You get 2 free indicators on a free account through TradingView. But definitely open up a subscription to TradingView so you can have more access to indicators here. But apparently there were order blocks here. This was an easy area to sell. And unknowingly, without seeing the order blocks, we did a hypothetical trade where I went long here, which is near a buy order block. And we saw divergence on the stochastic. And unknowingly, we sold into a bearish order block. So that was a perfect target to take out, to have taken out. Doesn't work? Maybe not. Oh, let's take a look at this. I guess I should use this more often, huh?
Wait, what? Which one?
Let me turn off the kill zones so we can just see the Lux Algo price action concepts. It's been a while since I've toggled that one on, but you can see how this provided really good areas for support and resistance for supply and demand zones, similar to how I basically trade with pivots. But there was a huge, what they call fair value gap here, which is this huge gap. Don't remember the exact definition. At some point I did. It's been a while since I used it, but obviously this was a good area to have gone long. Was at the beginning of the, and this is the reason why this other indicator is super helpful. The kill zones, or basically the sessions throughout the day. So New York lunch, during New York lunch, 12 a.m. New York lunch, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard, reverted to the fair value gap, this huge gap right here. Perfect. Wow. I guess if I had seen this too, I would have had more conviction. Even though I did have conviction here with my own indicators, but just having this fair value gap thing. And I probably would have went in with full size.
Really?
Yeah. This is a high probability setup. And coupled with maybe the 5-minute stochastic. No, you wouldn't have seen that. Yeah, this definitely was a good sell point right here as well. So this shows up as this is printed. Let me, we could do a, what you call it, playback. Replay. Let's see if that red block shows up. Yeah, the fair value gaps are no longer showing. Oh, maybe it can't be used during playback, which kind of sucks. I'm sure this negative bearish fair value gap was here. So that would have been a good area to go short. Considering the stochastics were in the overbought area. So it's a good thing we did take target at the value area low. Like I said, the lowest hanging fruit. We're retesting this trend line, and we're going to see how price reacts here. So we'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So it looks like a price on Tesla has broken beneath this upward trend line. We're going to see what price will do. We did the hypothetical trade earlier. We got out at value area low, which at what price? 408. Looks like the value area, as mentioned earlier, it does repaint. It changes and it's dynamic when as volume increases throughout the day, or as we get more volume. Looking at the stochastic, looks like it might curl back down, so we might continue to go lower. Okay, this is MicroStrategy. Haven't looked at this one yet during a live stream, but let's draw this out. Pivots back on. Use the daily pivot as resistance up here. Let me just remove the volume profile very quickly. Use the pivot as resistance. Touch support 1. Went out of the range to hit support 2. And this EMA cloud right here is the 100 EMA cloud. So that was a support. Definitely an area to DCA for a long. And if we turn the volume profile back on, turn off pivots just so we remove that. You can see that we fell out of value with MicroStrategy. Similar to Tesla, we went long outside of the value and we tapped for value area low. So this is what happened here. Price fell out of value, touched the value area low, went back down. And if you missed this first buy, I would have gone in long here as a scalper to retest the value area low. If we turn on the multi-time frame VWAP, we should see we are in the cloud here. Yep. So this was a good indication to go along too, because we left the bottom part of this cloud, and then we got a lot of volume at 1055. Price volatility, range expansion right here to indicate continued movement to the upside. Touch value area low, and we're going to see if it's going to touch the VWAP at 180. NVIDIA. I'm certain that this volume profile was not this high early this morning. Let's see what it looked like. You saved your last replay in the chart, so you're probably to say pick where you start new. Take a look at where the volume profile was at the beginning of the day. So let's do a replay of this morning with NVIDIA. Yeah, so the value area was over here. Let me remove the VWAPs. point and control. That's odd. As you can see let's move one time. So at about 8:05 a.m., we're clearly outside of the range. So if you trade the opening range breakout, the SMC toolkit. That's too big of a range. It was the 15-minute basically. 5, 10, 15, yeah. It's a very tight range if you were using a 15-minute range. So it broke out of the 15-minute range, pulled back, and then continued to go higher. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So if we did the 30-minute range, 5-minute fibs, yeah. Obviously, this is hindsight. We're trying to look for reasons why, price moved the way that it did. So we could extrapolate this information and use it moving forward. So if you drew the high and low of the 30-minute range on NVIDIA, when it broke out of value area high, obviously the target was to hit the 618 and the fib extension zone. So that's the reason why price reversed around here. We look at the stochastic, it was gonna roll over. Was there any signs of divergence? Let's see. Yes. So this is early indication that momentum was changing or slowing down. Price did move slightly up from this point. So price making higher highs, stochastic making lower highs, to indicate that a bearish trend was going to begin. So let's play it through on the 1-minute bar. Let's go 3 times. Oh, there. Now the point of control shows up. So at this point, the value area switched up near the high of the opening range. And let's see how it interacted with the point of control and value areas. So the play on the negative divergence already happened when it pulled back into the range high. And let's see what happens here. Does it fall out of value? Okay, triple bottom. 1, 2, 3. Back to point of control. Oh, front ran it. Hold on, let me get the VWAP on here. Yeah, there we go. Here's the VWAP. So I'm pausing this here. So the VWAP was used as support when it fell out of value. That was a buy. Back to point of control or back to value area high. Pulls back. Potentially another buy. It ran the stops. If people put stops right below the structure, they would have got wicked out. And the people who got stopped out, that was used as fuel to bring it back up to value area high. Went back down to value area low and VWAP. This was a strong buy as well. It was if you see these hold support, why not a third time? Front ran point of control, touch VWAP, meandering around point of control. And this is where we currently are. So if you had gone long at the initial touch with the VWAP. And you got out at point of control. That's $2.27 in 23 minutes. So $227 in 23 minutes if you traded with 100 shares. Where is the measure tool? Price range tool. There we go. Just measure that. Let's just do that. Okay. And we do another one. Let's say you did not get the best entry, maybe at VWAP. Aim for point of control again. And got in again. It was a front run. Let's just say you got out at point of control. All right, so that's already 3 scalps, just going long. Easily you could have gone short, but this is a bullish momentum day. What's at the calculator? So 234, 171 for the second trade, $1.59. On the third trade, $5.64. So easily 100 shares, that's $5.64. You're good. That would be a good scalp trading day, right? For smaller accounts. 564 with 100 shares. Do 100 shares, $1,120 in one day. And if we were to measure from the time you took your first trade to the last, so 2 hours and 52 minutes. $5.64, close to 3 hours, right? Let's just say divided by 3. So if you made these trades, 3 trades, 3 hours, $188 per hour, per average hour. But you don't want to be trading based on hour, obviously. That's just, you know, having fun with the calculator and numbers. But yeah, 564 in one day. That's not bad. And if you only trade with 50 shares, let's just say, that's $282. Would you rather work 8 hours a day to make $282? Or, you know, depending on how much you make per hour, this could easily be an 8-hour day for somebody around the world or in the US. Wow. So imagine you make $35.25 per hour after an 8-hour shift. That's $282. Question is, would you rather work 8 hours or just 3 hours to make your day's pay? Obviously there's risk, right? But part of this whole idea of the trading game is to make this as a side income and the dream to make it your main income. But definitely trade your account size, you know, not financial advice. Follow your own rules, your practices, follow your own indicators and systems. That's NVIDIA for you. Looks like Palantir is on the positive in a sea of red. Wow. We did get a gap up. A lot to be said here. Let's just look at volume profile. Let's go back to the market replay. Start of the day. Let's see how the volume profile played out. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's a moment here where we're seeing price leave the value area high. Yeah, this was the first 5 minutes. So if you're trading the 5-minute orb opening range breakout, either to go long to follow the trend, or if your mean reversion, in this case, to go back to point of control. So let's see how that plays out. Boom. Obviously, this is the opening range, the dotted line. If you were a breakout trader, it broke out of the 5-minute, but then did pull back to the point of control. So if you had shorted out of the value area high, point of control was your target. And if we look at stochastics, rolled over, obviously this is going to curl back up. Let's see what happens here. Let me just draw the fibs for good measure. So this is a fib extension zone based on the 5-minute orb, and see how the day played out. Once again, value area high being used as resistance in this pivot as well. Yep, and then you just see price consolidate, and there's an upward trend line. Not from this point, but maybe from that point. Oh shit, what was that? Is my language. Okay, broke out. Pivots back on. Way past the pivots. Pausing here real quick, as you can see. 200% move, or 200% move of the 5-minute range. So it sold that 200% level, which is at 140.52. And do we go back to point of control? Because that would have been a good area to sell short. Does this hit point of control? Ooh, there you go. Right, so that would have been a good sell short if you were aiming point of control. That's $2.50 in 1 hour and 14 minutes. Hit value area low, went back to point of control. So you can see how, with the volume profile, value areas and point of control is used as magnets for price to gravitate back into. Do we go back to point of control after creating this new value area low? Five-minute highs being used as resistance, and it did hit point of control eventually. If you went long here. Were you gonna say something?
Oh no, I'm just clearing my throat.
We see this happening. Question is, with this downward trend line, right, this was used as resistance, kind of broke out, and then retested the trend line. Are we going to see a bounce here? And what we have to do is look for areas of support. This is R2 of the daily pivot, so that could be a potential area for support. If I draw the fibs of the low of the day to the high of the day, And let's just extend this to the right. So we see this I'm getting these fibs mixed up now. Here, let's just remove the original one. Below the fib zone, 5618 zone. Get another wait and see. Yeah, I mean, definitely we're outside of the value area. So if you're looking for a mean reversion back into point of control, that would be it to go along here. And aim. Oh, and we did bounce off of the cloud, the VWAP cloud, and we're out of value area. So point of control would be the target and VWAP would be the target. Tesla, looking similar to Palantir, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is holding up much better than Tesla and Palantir today. Oh, my bad. I just hit the microphone. Apologize for that. This is Bitcoin removing the VWAP. So we've been out of the value area for quite some time, for about a good 4 hours, right? So if you're a dip buyer and mean reversion trader, you had 4 hours to get long here. Based on the daily pivots, the support 3 would have been a good entry, or you could even just DCA it into the zone. I mean, if you're either trading leverage or one full Bitcoin at a time to scalp, that's $463. If we aim for point of control, that is a potential $1,240 move. So let's see if price could revert back to the point of control. If we turn on the VWAPs, the VWAP is at 80,600, which I think could easily hit within the next 4 hours. Silver's about to hit 80. Oh, it was at 82.53 today, highs. This is Microsoft, nice little consolidated move. We hit the VWAP clouds below, went out of value area as well, went back into value, hit the VWAP, are currently back in. Once again, as a mean reversion trader, contrarian trader, dip buyer, could have gone longs. Anyway, let me look at stochastics. Probably right here once we started moving up. At the pullback of this red candle, and get out at VWAP or point of control, whichever is lower. I mean, if you're trading with size, yeah, definitely just a retest of this candle, which is the value area low. You know, the idea of scalping, you know, you want to aim for value area low, VWAP, point of control. That's what I like to do. Once it's out of value area. And today's a perfect trading day to demonstrate this, only because the market is consolidating today after several stocks gapping up. So Microsoft gapped up, Tesla gapped up. Did NVIDIA gap up? No. Palantir, I believe it gapped up. Yeah. Okay, going back to Palantir because we were looking at that earlier. Stochastic is about to curl back up. So if there is a pullback on this candle, you could enter a trade, put your stop below this structure at 136, and aim for a retest of this previous high. Point of control, 93 cents to $1.26 at VWAP. And we're looking to see if this, oh, I already drew that downward trend line. So back to Tesla, after we broke, well, this at the time was the low of the day, and this was a higher low. It formed a trend line going up. We did a hypothetical trade where it tapped the value area low. We got out, sold off, broke this diagonal trend line, retest, and if you're going to reach short, this was a good entry for you to enter the short. So it went down, bounced on previous support, rejected the trend line. Either you entered a short at this trend line touch, or when this breakdown happened, and that would have been just a short scalp from, you know, from this candle to this candle. Well, yeah, 250. So I noticed with the Tesla and these on this 1 minute, you see a lot of $2.50 moves. It's $2. I mean, if you got wick to wick, yeah, 250. That's about 250 as well. About this one, I'm sure it's like more, $3. Yeah, $3. And stochastics, what does the 15 look like? Mark the new low of day. Where are we? The value area. Value area is at 407. Question is, if we took a long here, we had this green candle and then a pullback. If we went long here, value area low, for your stop underneath low of day. This is a 2.37 risk to reward ratio. So let's just say we took a hypothetical long about 2 minutes ago. We saw this green candle. I keep on forgetting, I need to zoom in closer on a 1 minute chart. You could be looking at your phone. 1 minute chart, we see this green candle happen at 11:55. 15 minutes within the hour, the top of the hour. Move up, pull back. If you got long at the pullback, let's say we did get long at the pullback. We're targeting the value area low, which is currently at 407.30. And let's say we added our stop at the low of day, and let's see how this plays out. So 2.37 risk to reward ratio. You're risking 1 to gain 2.37. And let's see how long this trade takes. I like this curl of the stochastic down here because that means we're going to have a strong break to the upside whenever we see like a little rejection. Let's see how this plays out. So trading is a game of probabilities. So if this plays out, there's a high probability that it could retrace back to value area low. Which is currently at 407.30. Remove the VWAP for now, just to clear up most of this information. Excuse the noise in the background. We got gardeners doing their work here. I'm gonna mute myself. I don't know how loud it is on your end. Time flies. I just realized we're in power hour. So it's 12:12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The markets close at 1 p.m. So we're going to wait and see. This is actually kind of a risky trade because it's the last hour, a lot of volatility. We're looking for price to touch value area low within the next, let's say, 45 minutes. Now let's see if we can do that. Let's turn on the... Okay, VWAP is this high at 409. It's unlikely that we're going to hit the VWAP, because if we look at these previous peaks, it did not get close to it. So the lowest hanging fruit at this point is the value area low at 407.30, estimating. So whatever your rules are for trading, if you want to keep your stop, because currently if you're in this trade, you would be in profit. If you want to move your stop higher, it's up to you. This is, for your entertainment purposes only. Basically, if you want to remove the risk, now that we're in profit, we want to move our stop, to break even maybe, or just a little bit above break even. But as of right now, for demonstrative purposes, we're going to leave it at low of day. But you could right now be in a trade risk-free because you are currently in profit. We're about halfway to our target. You should obviously see some resistance or hesitation at the 405.75 level.
I like your notes over there that you got going on.
Thanks, babe. Let me turn on the smaller or the faster moving EMAs. So we did cross the 50 EMA. We're obviously going to see some resistance, like I mentioned, at the 405.75 level, which was previous support, and possibly the 200 EMA sometime soon. But in terms of volume profile and mean reversion, we're looking to aim for the value area low. Once again, I'll turn off my drawings. I will turn off the VWAP and the moving averages. So just from a volume profile perspective, we're looking for price to go back to value area low, which is this black line right here. Call it 407.30, maybe even 407.25, since that's usually a psychological number. We're going to see a lot of front running. We are in the last 44 minutes of the trading day. So we're going to see a lot of front running going on during the power hour. Let's turn the drawings back on. And let's just turn on the EMAs because, other traders use that. We're going to see resistance for sure at the 200 EMA. But let's just see how this plays out. Oh, look at this. 800 EMA was touched. So right now you could be in a risk-free trade. Like I mentioned, we're in profit right now in this hypothetical trade. So if this pulls back, no money was lost. But demonstrative purposes, let's just keep it at low day. From a Fibonacci perspective, if I draw the fibs, obviously price is reacting to this 50-618 zone. Considering we're in the last hour of the trading day, we may not get enough volume to bring us to the value area low of the day. So we have to see what happens. Price is reacting to this fib zone.
I want to ask again, did you, before market opens, you were determining the high based off of pre-market? I forgot. It's been hours ago.
Let me exit the replay. I don't know why I was still on that. Let's go to extended hours.
Did you do the pre-market?
I actually didn't do the pre-market.
Oh. So you only did the 1 hour open.
It's like 5, 15, 30, 1 hour. I didn't do all of them because when I just did the 5 minute, the market was reacting to the 5. Let me go to 5 minute chart. Auto fit. Let's look at pre-market levels. If I do the swing low to swing high of pre-market, it did give us this fib extension sell zone right here. Right, and you can see how that would be layered and why that was used as resistance during the regular trading hours. Right? Because obviously right at open, we saw huge volume going up, continuing in the gap up direction. And then once it, in the first literally 5 minutes, first 10 minutes, right? We see people already taking profit based on pre-market fib extension zone levels.
Yeah.
So anyone, if you got in long right at the market or even pre-market, because we had this momentum going on, price was already gapping up above the 50 EMA pre-market. If you're bullish at market open, your target was at obviously at the 618, and we could see how you can see how wide these bars are. So as mentioned, I'm using volume candles. So pre-market, we don't get that much volume. That's why these bars are thin. And then as we get more volume into the market, obviously during market open, we see a lot of volume flow in. And that's determined by the width of the bar, or the width is determined by the volume. So the volume bar indicator could be, volume bar candlestick can be used as an indicator in of itself to signify, strong movement in that direction. In this case, was going long. So anyone who got in pre-market or was long from yesterday, their target was at this 618. And you could see how the 618 was used. Pre-market fib extension 1618 was used as resistance and developed this range. Go back to regular trading hours. Let's go back to the current action at hand. Fib zone is still being used as resistance. 1224, will we have enough juice to get to value area low? Where is the volume? The heck? Oh, it disappeared. Oh, there we go. Okay, so value area low is this black line at 407.34. Say 407.30. But I would probably take out at 407.20 to front run it. Well, let's see. Do we have enough juice to get to value area low? We're holding above the 50 EMA. Obviously, the next lowest hanging fruit is this 200 EMA. But, like I mentioned, from a volume profile perspective, will we touch value area low? And we may not. Based on the current time, it's 12:25. Markets close at 1 in the West Coast. Since we're running low on time and you're already in profit, you could stick to your rules. You could either wait till price hits your target or hits your stop, or even just close the trade outright if you're done for the day. Totally based on your analysis. Do your own research. But just remove these fibs for now. We know that this is a 50-618 zone. Oh, look at that. So based on the pre-market high and low, check the low of day. The low of day hit the 618, which was in confluence with this 800. And I think that's a 200 on a 5-minute. No, it's not. That's an EMA level at close to a 50 on the 15-minute. So look at that. Hit the 618 of the pre-market high-low. So 618 retracement of the pre-market high-low. Looking at the 15-minute, let's see, where are we? Okay, so that's just something I saw very quickly. Go back to the 1. Right. Okay, getting close to the 200 EMA. I mean, just knowing that we have 33 minutes left in the market, maybe you decide to just move your target to here. If we move, well, actually, I don't want to move it yet. It's going to change the risk reward. You could easily just close at 406 or 405.90 and call it a day. But let's just see how this plays out to 1 p.m. Text to the right. To hit the, okay, we just hit the 200 EMA. Let's see how price reacts. And this was expected. We were going to see some selling at this 200 EMA on the 1 minute. And considering that we have less than 30 minutes, we have 28 minutes in the trading day, you could close your trade entirely here, or maybe just like scale out and definitely move your stops. We're just gonna leave it here. And let's see if our thesis is correct. Where'd the value area logo? Oh, there it is. Disappears every once in a while. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to move our target because the value area low has changed. So we're changing our target to 407.08. And because we're scalping and we're using volume profile, we are using dynamic targets.
You might want to change the text.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What is it? 407.
Let's just say 407 even.
Okay.
Yeah,
or
so
406.99.
no.
Just in case someone front runs us. Just kidding.
No, I would definitely take out.
Earlier than
Yeah,
that.
earlier than that.
No even numbers here.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Avoid psychological numbers if possible, right? At each quarter. Stochastic, and it's the 5-minute curling up.
Yes.
Yes. All right, all right. Did the value area move again?
It looks like it keeps
It looks
moving.
like it moved.
You might want to explain what
No,
it
explain.
is.
Oh, no, never mind. It's still there.
Okay. It's getting confusing.
Need to zoom in, huh?
Why the chart's so small?
On a phone.
So we have.
Right. I just set an alert just so we have an audible noise when
Your alert's pretty loud though.
makes that high pitch noise, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's supposed to grab your attention, that's why.
I know, but like on the channel,
Even the volume with the microphone?
it's piercing. Like it hurts the ear.
Really?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
I thought you knew.
No, I mean I'm talking. I'm not hearing. So I need to bring the microphone a little bit lower? Or
No.
away from me?
Not your microphone, the alert.
No, it's like that by default. It's supposed to grab your attention.
Because it's coming from the computer, so it's piercing. It's loud. Louder than your voice. Is there noise cancellation with this?
The cardioid pattern. It reduces the volume with sounds that are away from the front of the mic. Okay, we might just hit value area low here. Looking at this candle. 12:36, maybe within the next 15 minutes. It's usually the last 15 minutes of the hour we see some volatility. So ideally we just hear loud piercing noise in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, it might just do it.
But the candle's skinny. It has to be fat.
Well, these are 1-minute bars, and it's kind of like low volume during the last hour of the day. So mind your ears if you don't want to hear a loud piercing alert, and that would indicate that we hit our price target. Looks like it might just wake up. So this hypothetical trade was taken at 12:03. We're at the 35-minute mark from initiating that trade. Come on, baby. We're at 406.70, 75, down to the last quarter. Front runners will already be out at 406.90. Come on, get the 406.9. Get the last 10 cents. It's holding above 75. Loud pierce noise. People are taking target at 406.80 based on this price action.
See.
So 20 cents to the nearest dollar. But once we see it cross the 90 mark, it should quickly go to 407. What happened to my timer for the candles? Oh no, it's right there. 20 seconds to the close of this candle. Don't like that wick, I would be out. I would close the position right now. I didn't like how that candle printed. If this was for real, I would probably just close. But let's just see what happens. Stochastics might be curling. Quite yet. But yeah, I would, after seeing that quick volatility burst where it went down to 406.55 from 407.75, I think that's the beginning of the rollover. I probably would have already closed that market at this point. Oh, there we go. 406.90.
But you would be out by now.
Yeah, I probably would have just closed. I just didn't like that quick wick. So close to the value area. Oh, let's get a beep. Went to 406.98. high of this candle. Oh no. What the heck? It hit 407.
It did.
Yeah. Oh, because I put my alert at exactly 407. It has to cross 407.
Oh.
So 407.01 for the alarm to go off. No, but it did hit 407 1 minute ago. So if you had exactly at 407, you'd be out. Yeah. Yep. Momentum, stochastic SMI on the 1 minute chart's rolling over. This is probably going to pull back to the 200 EMA, and that'd be the end for this session. I would say that's a win then, right, babe?
Yeah.
Not quite exactly.
It's in the zone.
It's in the zone. Didn't quite hit value area high, low. We do have low volume already during this final hour, so you have to be wary of any front runs and whatnot. So this was obviously like a 2-for-1 trade. But if you're already at break even, that was a free trade right there. That would have been a free trade. If you just raised your stop, yeah, basically a free trade. Obviously, the risk reward gets manipulated as you move your stop. It's like, oh, I got a 22-to-1 trade. No, this was definitely a free trade at one point. But the stop would have been there, hypothetically. Low day. And that would be it. I'd be out, be ready to have a beer or a coffee. Okay, so that's the play for Tesla for this hour. This would have been already a win. 3 hypothetical trades. This was $3.10 of a move. So obviously 100 shares, $310. $310 times, if you had 50 shares, 155. If you use 200 shares, that's $620. So you could easily make if you do have an 8-hour job or a 9-to-5 job, you could easily make your income by scalping per day. Let's take a look at MicroStrategy, how that played out. Did it hit its volume profile? Oh, it did. Went back into value. Let's look at IBIT. Yep. So at 10:26 a.m., it went outside of value, went back in, hit point of control. That would have been a great trade if you saw that. What else did we look at? Palantir. Oh, there we go. I don't know where we did that. I think it was down here. So we drew this downward slope, broke out of it, retested, and I think the hypothetical situation was to go long right here at the retest. 50 EMA was lowest hanging fruit. It did end up going back to point of control. So that was a nice little reversion from the break of this, the retest of this downward trend line, and aiming for point of control, 95 cents. What else did we look at? NVIDIA. It just basically consolidated and coiled. Very tight range. Touched value area low, went back to point of control, short distance, right? But Tesla was the one to play based on that paper trade we did. So we had Bitcoin with the Asian and London markets on. There's a big fib zone from the London high to the swing low, which occurred at 3:25 a.m. Value area lows right here at 80,185, let's just call it, and it reverted back to the value area low. So at any point in time, if you went long, let's just say 79,700 or 690, and played back to the value area low for a retracement, $480, let's call it. On one full Bitcoin. Oh, I was wrong. Let's fix that. Would have been a 2.62 risk to reward ratio if you got in long at 79,700. Put a stop at low of day for a retracement back to value area low. That's $500 target. Oh, nice. Got a nice little burst the last 10 minutes on Tesla. It went up to 406.85. Let's see if it could cross 407 within the next 9 minutes. But yeah, we're pretty much done with Tesla for the day. We've done several hypothetical trades. I didn't mark it here with that long position tool, but a hypothetical trade would have been here. 1, 2. I didn't simulate anything here. So 3, 4, 5, like 5 scalp trades throughout the day. So 5 scalp trades throughout the whole trading day. I think the total amount from these scalp trades was about 564. From what I recall, 564 plus 363 plus 211 plus 310. So imagine being able to scalp about $14.48 on Tesla for the entire trading session. Right, so obviously 100 shares, it's easily $1,448. If you had 50 shares, just divide that by 2, that's $724 for the day. And if you did 25 shares, that's $362. 200 shares of Tesla, $2,896. If you had traded 200 shares of Tesla during these mean reversion scalps that we did throughout the live session. So if you're tuning in and if you like what you see, I stream Thursdays and Fridays doing these, at this point, just hypothetical scalps. We did these live. We saw it play out. I explained my thought process. I toggle in and out of different indicators. If I remove my drawings very quickly, for the most part, we were using volume profile analysis, in which we conducted trades based on the opening range of the day, which was around here and happened to be point of control, and hypothetical trades from outside of value area low back into value, outside of value area, and then trading back into value area low or back into value, in and out of those levels to scalp. And you could easily make your 9 to 5's worth in just a few trades, depending on your size. But that's the goal of this channel. So beginning on June 4th, which is a very important day for traders everywhere, the US is changing their margin requirements and pattern day trading rules. So you can now day trade, depending on your broker, of course, of when they actually initiate this rule. But as of June 4th, you'll be able to day trade with only $2,000 in your account. Because currently it's still just $25,000. Ideally more for you to be able to day trade stocks, the actual equities, and not get dinged for it. So obviously you want to have more than $2,000 to be able to margin trade and scalp during the session. So hypothetically, if you had, let's say, between 10 to 25,000, right? You don't have quite the 25K, but you have over 10. Tesla would be a good candidate for scalp. Oh, wow. What the heck just happened? In the last 5 minutes, we saw Tesla just have a crazy pump. I'm surprised the alarm didn't go off. Did you hear anything, babe? No, the alarm didn't go off. Yeah, there you go. So wow. So price will revert back to the point of control right before the close. We weren't expecting that. To the very least, we were looking for a value area low touch before during the power hour, which we took right here hypothetically.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, the past 3 minutes.
I
So
know.
it just did it. There we go. So as mentioned throughout the live stream, that using volume profile analysis, the point of control, as marked in orange here, it's dynamic, it changes. This is basically the high volume point of the day, the level at which most of the volume occurred throughout the trading day. So in this case, it was a 409.83. So throughout the trading day, when price moves out of these black lines, which we call out of value or value out of value, these value area low, black line, and the point of control, and the value area high up here are basically magnets for price. So the idea as a mean reversion trader and volume profile trader, we look for support or resistance outside of the value area to trade back into value, ideally a point of control or value area low. So these were trades that we did hypothetically when value area was at different parts at different levels throughout the day. We indicated the different sessions throughout the trading day. We have the New York AM session, the New York lunch session, the New York PM session, and we would mark our levels, show hypothetical trades live. But within the next month, by June 4th, I considering creating a small account to be able to trade into, you know, bigger amounts of money, obviously, right? So that's a video series that I may be doing. Live trade Thursdays and Fridays sometime by next month, and do these live and provide transparency.
So all of your predictions theoretically were all correct today.
Yeah, so since we started already past the market open, what I did was I drew the opening range, potential areas for sell and resistance, and potential areas of support. But when we really started doing the hypothetical trades was down here, right? New York lunch, New York PM. Obviously, we're getting lots of volume and price action now, literally within the last 5 minutes of the trading day, which is insane. We weren't expecting for this to come back. This is big. Yeah. So NVIDIA should be oh no, NVIDIA's not popping up. What about Palantir? No, wow, just MicroStrategy, just Tesla.
What about MicroStrategy?
Meta, no. MicroStrategy, no. So it looks like Tesla just really had this strong move, like literally on the last 5 minutes of the trading day.
Interesting. What about ES? You didn't look at that.
No, it's probably
didn't have the pop. No.
I mean, it's moving, but not as much as Tesla. So something must be going on. Is there any news about it? Tesla delivered. Oh, we mentioned this morning. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, look at this.
That's crazy.
Holy crap. So it ended up going back to VWAP. We weren't expecting that. Everything started slowing down. We start the drawing, so it went to VWAP and then just took off. Wow. So using volume weighted average price or VWAP, and we got these VWAP clouds either below and above. This is a mean reversion type of trade that I'm doing here. Ideally, we find levels of support down at these cloud areas, and then look for candlestick patterns for reversal, stochastic momentum. Use the stochastic momentum index to look for changes in momentum, to anticipate changes in direction. We did anticipate changes in direction down at these levels. When we did this trade, I wasn't expecting this explosive move during the last 5 minutes of the trading day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, nice close of the day. It's 101. It looks like in the aftermarket. Let's turn that back on. Extended trading hours, we're seeing a lot of movement. So I wonder what kind of news was dropped. So there it is. That's the trading session for Thursday, May 7th. So we'll be back on live tomorrow, ideally before the market open at 6:30 Pacific Standard, 9:30 Eastern. I'll be live streaming. So please tune in. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on YouTube, like and comment. If there's anything you'd like me to do TA on, anything you want me to take a look at, either crypto or stocks. I just like looking at Tesla because it really follows my system that I like to trade with scalping and mean reversion. But if there's anything you'd like to see, please put it in chat or put it in the comments, and I'll be able to take a look at it and see what I can do. But I'm a small content creator, still just trying to build an audience. Don't know if I want to stick with this branding, Crypto Crystal Ball, but that's the channel that I have currently set up. And if you're looking to grow your account for educational purposes and grow with the channel, please like and subscribe. Check us out. Thursdays and Fridays, I'll be doing live streams with scalps and do real-time trades by next month when the pattern day trading rule changes. But in literally almost in a month, I'm going to use this month as preparation for when that rule changes, and build a small account into a big account, and you'll see this live. So please like and subscribe, check us out. We'll see you live tomorrow. Have a great day, and peace out.